Muitíssimas senhores e minhas senhoras, muito bom dia. Sejam bem-vindos ao Seminário Anual Internacional do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida, intitulado Digital Sovereignty for Europe, an Ethical Framework. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CNECV Annual Public Seminar, Digital Sovereignty for Europe, an Ethical Framework. Vai usar da palavra a Presidente do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida, Maria do Céu Patrão Neves.
Bom dia a todos, a todas. Senhor Secretário de Estado para a Digitalização, Dr. Bernardo Correia, em representação do Ministro Adjunto e da Reforma de Estado, cuja presença agradeço muito sinceramente e na qual permita-me que acrescente, coloco elevadas expectativas, dada a amplitude do domínio de interseção entre a sua Secretaria de Estado e a missão do próprio Conselho Nacional de Ética. Espero que este seja o primeiro contacto de um futuro trabalho conjunto. Sr. Vice-Presidente do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida, Professor André Dias Pereira, a quem saúdo com respeito institucional e amizade, e em si todos os digníssimos membros do Conselho, do atual mandato como de mandatos anteriores, que nos prestigiam com a sua presença. Senhores deputados e representantes das comissões parlamentares, deputada Manuela Tender, deputado Paulo Lopes Marcelo, deputado Armando Grave, agradeço também muito a vossa presença. Also the representatives of the embassies from Greece and from Germany. I thank you for being here with us and with the delegation of the National Ethics Councils that we gather here in this event. Senhores representantes das ordens e associações profissionais aqui presentes, da Ordem dos Psicólogos, da Ordem dos Advogados, senhores e senhoras diretores de faculdades, institutos superiores, representantes das universidades e institutos politécnicos, e permitam-me que destaque aqui a presença de representantes da Comissão de Ética para a Investigação Clínica, da Comissão Nacional da Unesco, Comissão Nacional de Eleições, Comissão Nacional da Proteção de Dados, Conselho Nacional da Educação, Conselho Nacional de Procriação Medicamente Assistida, Conselho Nacional da Saúde, Fundação Champalimau, Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Infarmed, Sociedade Portuguesa de Literacia em Saúde, e também os senhores presidentes e vice-presidentes de comissões de ética. Dear guest speakers from the 7 European countries, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Spain, Sweden, who are gathered here today with the common goal of assessing the social and specifically ethical impacts of the fast-paced digitalization process currently underway. Uma palavra também de apreço aos nossos comentadores. Nós temos comentadores da Associação Nacional de Juventude, da Associação Mirabilis e da Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina, que vêm aqui partilhar connosco as suas perspectivas sobre o tema que nos reúne. E porque os últimos são os primeiros, saúde por fim, todos os caríssimos participantes que constituem a razão de ser desta iniciativa do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida. Our reflection and debate for this morning is broad, diverse and demanding, under the theme Digital Sovereignty for Europe, an Ethical Framework. The project of Digital Sovereignty of Europe, that is very briefly Europe's ability to act independently in the digital world, has only recently reached the public political agenda and, I dare to say, remains largely unknown to the majority of the citizens. And yet, the concept of digital sovereignty emerged early in the 2000s. Pierre Bélanger, a CEO from the French radio station Skyrock, made an initial attempt to define it in 2011. And he said, digital sovereignty is control of our present and destiny, as manifested and guided by the use of technology and computer networks. Today, we understand digital sovereignty as Europe's strategic autonomy in the digital field, considering the ever-increasing power and influence of GAFA, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, some say GAFAM, including Microsoft. And well, this power has pushed Europe into extreme dependence and corresponding vulnerability, gradually leading it to lose control over its data, its capacity of innovation, and its ability to shape and enforce legislation in the digital environment. The imperative to act started as being primarily economic, but today it is simultaneously legal and ethical. GAFA has collectively accustomed us to voluntarily waiving our rights over personal data. Today, GAFA's app collects vast amounts of personal data, using it to refine algorithms, target advertisements, and when required, even share that data with governments and law enforcement agencies. And we could mention a couple of figures such as Amazon, Microsoft, and Google control around 70% of all data storage and processing capacity in Europe. And Amazon announced in 2024 an investment of $7.8 billion in Amazon Web Services, Europe Sovereign Cloud. And this started in Germany. This investment is until 2040, but the intention, the plan, is to spread this European sovereign cloud to Belgium, to the Netherlands, to Portugal. Indeed, the threat to European values and the disregard for human rights, with a significant impact on the well-being and protection of populations, has in recent times been the aspect that has most captured the attention of policymakers, legislators, and national ethical councils alike. The European Union confrontation with the so-called GAFA has first started with the willingness to regulate the use and the power of GAFA in Europe. So at the beginning, this started at the legal level. Then it followed by the imposition of penalties for violations of law and taxation of their activities in Europe. So it adds also the economic and financial domains. But I dare to say that it's now moving towards the creation of alternatives for the fundamentally social and ethical reasons. And we know that the European Union is already testing an open alternative to Microsoft Teams, and this is just one of the initiatives. There are other countries, namely some of those that have representatives here, Greece, Germany, France, they are really working at this level, finding alternatives to this very strong dependence of European Union from foreigners' digital infrastructures. So, in a nutshell, we can say that the digital sovereignty requires the European Union to update and adapt several of its existing legal, regulatory, and financial instruments, while more actively promoting European values and principles in areas such as data protection, cybersecurity, and above all, ethical design artificial intelligence. It is the harsh geopolitical realities of the present that have triggered this late collective awakening. Now, we have no time to lose. The Portuguese Council of Ethics is placing the European digital sovereignty on the national, socio-political and legislative agenda, from which it has been profoundly absent and to which Portugal must actively contribute. One might ask, what a National Council of Ethics devoted to the life science has to do with the digital sphere? I would say everything. The Council's mission is to analyze the ethical issues raised by scientific progress in permanent dialogue with decision makers and civil society. Today, digital technology, enhanced by artificial intelligence, have an extraordinary significant impact across all domains in the life sciences. In the biomedical field, clinical care, as well as in research, improving outcomes and optimizing resources. In the management of biodiversity and ecosystems, contributing to their protection and preservation. And in environmental sustainability, including the monitoring of mitigation of climate change. At the strict human level and beyond the many benefits it could be identified, digital technology have also played a disruptive role in how individuals perceive themselves, as illustrated by the impact of cyberbullying. This is just an example, the impact of cyberbullying on personal integrity and mental health. The nature of the relationship with others, which are increasingly polarized and intolerant. In their relationship with institutions, marked by a growing distrust, and in their participation in political life. We cannot forget the scandal of Cambridge Analytica, which in 2015 appeared to be an isolated case. We cannot ignore the current international political landscape in which deliberate and manipulative lies, insulting and violent threats, and disregard, even erasure of any rule that hinders the interests of a few powerful actors have become disturbingly present, often accompanied by the systematic violation of human rights and international law. The matter is, therefore, obviously an ethical one. So national ethics councils do have here a field to work on. We shall begin this symposium with a broad, in-depth reflection of the European project itself, which I consider increasingly necessary and urgent. It will be presented by Andrea Renda, who leads a research team on global governance, regulation, innovation, and digital economy, and who will guide us towards a digital sovereignty for Europe. We shall then proceed to a discussion among several national ethics councils that I mentioned already, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Spain, and Sweden, on the concerns that the digital era raises within their respective fields of reflection, and also on their contributions to shaping the ethical framework for the digital era. The third moment will be devoted to the presentation and debate of the opinion jointly issued by the National Council of Ethics for the Life Science, the Portuguese one, and our brothers from Spain, the Spanish Bioethics Committee. We worked together for almost a little bit more than a year on the opinion called Ethical Perspectives on the Impact of Digital Use on Health of Children and Adolescents, in which we put forward a set of clear, concrete, and feasible recommendations, as it will be discussed later this morning. So, in this way, with this third and final part of our program, we somehow return to our pointing of departure, to close the circle of reflection and debate. It is essential to ensure that young people, as well as all the other citizens, can navigate a trustworthy digital era, or a trustworthy digital world, one that is embedded in and shaped by ethical values and principles, thereby making it as safe and healthy as possible for everyone. So let's do it. Thank you.
Vai de seguida usar da palavra o excelentíssimo Secretário de Estado para a Digitalização, Bernardo Correia. Bernardo Correia, Secretary of State for Digitalization.
Good morning all, and allow me to begin by greeting the President of CNECV, Maria de Seu Patrão Neves, and through her, all distinguished authorities, institutional representatives, academics, experts, and participants present here today. It is truly a pleasure to take part in this gathering, bringing together such a diverse and distinguished community to reflect on digital sovereignty, a topic close to my heart, but above all, to also reflect on the link between sovereignty and ethics. By complete coincidence, I see a familiar face there in the audience. Yesterday I was in Porto visiting the Center for Investigation on the impacts of artificial intelligence on mental health. A very, very meritorious institution that is doing a lot of incredible work, such as trying to understand if it's possible to assess the mental health state of a person through voice biomarkers. Simply by analyzing their voice, can you try to understand whether or not it is possible to assess if that person is experiencing some mental health issues. So it's this kind of research that will do two things. It will propel economic progress by creating innovation and potentially products that can actually be to the service of our businesses and our economies, but it will also figure out ways of making technology useful for society while delivering it in a responsible and ethical way. So thank you, Professor Miguel Rico, for your explanations yesterday. It was a fascinating lecture, and I did not expect to find kind of such commonality. It was a complete coincidence, my visit yesterday to that institution and my presence here today, but I felt it was very timely. Now, let me start with the two sides of the coin. The President of CNECV, Maria de Seu Patrão Neves, mentioned the balance between the economic impact but also the ethics. And let me start with the economics of digitalization, and especially with the definition of sovereignty. So many people have very different definitions of what sovereignty means. For us, in particular, Europe's digital sovereignty and competitiveness are inseparable. We cannot expect to be sovereign if we don't have the right businesses, the right people, the right technologies, and we don't have the fundamental control over those things here in Europe. But to achieve competitiveness, it requires decisive action. Everyone, I guess, is familiar with Mario Draghi's report on EU competitiveness. It was a wake-up call. Have we really listened? Europe's digital sovereignty and economic competitiveness are inseparable, and Portugal is an evangelist of this vision. To create European alternatives to established technologies, we must complete the single market, removing regulatory barriers so startups and small and medium European businesses can scale easily and seamlessly across all 27 member states. High standards of trust, privacy, and security must be maintained while simplifying administrative processes to free resources for R&D and innovation. It's particularly critical with small and medium businesses. Again, I was discussing this yesterday in a visit to an innovation hub in Gaia yesterday, and the regulatory burden, the compliance costs for small and medium businesses in Europe are very high. So we need to make sure that in particular European businesses can thrive. But at the same time, we need coordinated investment in critical technologies. Semiconductors, AI, cloud, quantum, and cross-border innovation ecosystems are absolutely essential. Strengthening digital resilience, securing key infrastructure, and retaining qualified professionals is absolutely crucial. We need to align our regulation, our investment, and our skills. Europe can therefore build strategic digital champions and deliver European alternatives on a global scale, which we currently lack. A future-proof digital strategy for Europe must therefore be built on simplification and adaptability. Europe needs a framework where definitions, obligations, and supervisory processes are aligned across the digital rulebook, from data and AI to cybersecurity, platforms, and digital identity. The digital omnibus proposals by the Commission are a step in the right direction by reducing fragmentation, harmonizing terminology, creating interoperable supervision through a digital coordination board, and eliminating duplicated reporting with streamlined report once mechanisms. Europe must remain innovation-friendly and proportionate. Adjusted obligation to small and medium businesses, as I mentioned before, clearer interaction between the AI Act, Cyber Resilience Act, Data Act, DSA, etc., and expanded regulatory sandboxes to test emerging technologies in real conditions. Modernizing e-privacy, improving cookie and tracking transparency, enabling interoperable digital identity, and simplifying cybersecurity reporting will further reduce administrative burden and foster trust. If we achieve simplification, coordination, and practical implementation, we can ensure a digital regulatory rulebook that supports competitiveness, accelerates innovation, and reinforces the Union's leadership in integrated digital governance. Last year, we took a strong step here in Portugal in this direction through the presidency of the D9+ group, where 13 member states endorsed the ministerial declaration recognizing the key role of digitalization in strengthening competitiveness, strategic autonomy, and economic resilience in the EU. Reinforcing digital sovereignty starts with secure, trusted infrastructure, data and supply chains that reduce strategic dependencies. But it's not only about economics or geopolitical discussions, but it's also about values, responsibility, and ethical governance of the technologies that shape our societies. At a national level, our ministry's mission, obviously, to reform the state by simplifying, redesigning services, and only then moving forward with their digitalization, as a compass. Our compass is the National Digital Strategy and its updated action plan, which was released just under 2 months ago, and the launch of the National AI Agenda and the Digital Skills Pact. All these 3 documents were published exactly at the same time, between Christmas and New Year. If you had nothing better to do during that time, that was good reading. We had a single strategy with several fronts of work defined for the dimensions of people, companies, state, and infrastructure. Our digital strategy has the goal to transform Portugal into a prosperous and innovative country that uses digital technologies to boost the quality of life of its population and the competitiveness of our economy. But it has pillars that reflect well the work that I think will be done here today. Confidence and transparency, safety and protection, and ethics, which will guide us in everything that we do. And in the last few months, we haven't stopped there with those 3 kind of diplomas. We are actively working for the next few months, and possibly weeks, putting forward major pieces of digital regulation on sovereign cloud, on national data policy, on a national strategy for data centers, and a national strategy, a new national strategy for cybersecurity. With these items of regulation, we aim to create the basis so that it can be a facilitator of innovation, not an obstacle, whilst at the same time creating a high-trust environment for AI for citizens and businesses alike. And that's also the point of our national agenda for AI, driving responsible innovation based on transparency, auditability, and the protection of fundamental rights, with 4 lines of action: infrastructure and data, innovation and adoption, talent and skills, responsibility and ethics, and especially on this last one, last but definitely not the least, the government intends to promote the ecosystem for responsible AI research, which I think is a fundamental component of what we need to do. We can stand out for many things. Here in Portugal, there's a lot of things we do well. I'd like us to be able to do one thing really well on AI, apart from adoption, the development of sovereign LLMs, etc. I would like us to be able to have the best ecosystem for responsible AI anywhere in Europe. And that is actually reflected on the National Artificial Agenda. Responsibility should also be seen as a value accelerator, reducing legal and reputational risks, improving system performance, increasing citizen confidence, and enabling solutions to be scaled sustainably through short cycles of observation, testing, and continuous adjustment. Here's some examples of initiatives that are contained with this national agenda: the creation of data spaces in critical areas in an integrated manner with a future national data policy, the creation of sectorial AI centers, initially focused on health, on education and industry, aligned with AI regulatory sandboxes, guaranteeing the continuity of the Center for Responsible AI, which has been an incredible driver of both innovation and responsibility in the field of AI here in Portugal, incentives for AI research on responsible AI, which is something, again, that I think we need to drive that fundamental research on responsible AI. For example, supplement for doctoral degrees on research projects in areas of AI responsibility, on inequality and AI, ethics and philosophy of technology, cognitive psychology, amongst many others. Finally, last, again, also not least, the Digital Skills Pact. None of this can be achieved without people, by investing in the digital competencies of the Portuguese people. Responsibility towards people resonates with our commitments to all that we want to do. We want to train 2.8 million Portuguese citizens in digital skills. Digital literacy is at the heart of a lot of the societal problems that we mentioned in the beginning and in the introduction, and we want to make sure that we leave no one behind. In conclusion, this government is working to ensure responsible and ethical development in the Portuguese AI ecosystem for citizens and businesses by promoting research, training, regulatory support, and investment in responsible AI in order to lead not only through innovation and adoption, but also through the protection of national values, sovereignty, and social well-being. Thank you very much.
Vai de seguida usar da palavra o Vice-Presidente do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida, André Dias Pereira.
Não, o meu papel é apenas chamar à mesa a Senhora Conselheira Margarida Silvestre, por favor, o Sr. Conselheiro Carlos Maurício Barbosa, and I also call to the floor the keynote speaker, Andrea Renda. Please, take your place. No, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I have the pleasure to start this part of our conference. So my colleague Margarida Silvestre will present our keynote speaker, Andrea Renda, and then we have the conference from our keynote speaker, and then if we have time, we'll open for 1 or 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to be able to present our keynote speaker, Professor Andrea Renda. He is Director of Research at the Center for European Policy Studies, where he also leads the research team on global governance, regulation, innovation, and the digital economy. He is Adjunct Professor on Digital Policy at the School of Transnational Governance of the European University Institute in Florence, and Visiting Professor at the College of Europe in Bruges, in Belgium. He is currently the Vice Chair of the Advisory Group of Economic and Societal Impacts on Research at the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, and member of the Expert Group Fair and Sustainable Economy at the European Commission, DG Joint Research Center. He is also a member of OECD Network on Experts on AI, where he is currently the co-chair of the Working Group on AI Risk and Accountability. In addition to several other positions, Andrea provides regular advice to several institutions, including the European Commission, the European Parliament, the OECD, the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, UNIDO, and many more. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being here today. The floor is yours.
I go there.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Bon dia. Thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Maria, for inviting me to this very, very important event. It's a great pleasure to address the topic of digital sovereignty, knowing that the rest of the morning will be dedicated to feeding in the ethical dimension and the ethical perspective on digital sovereignty. And so what I plan to do is to give you a little bit of a framing for that discussion by showing a little bit how we are approaching at the moment the topic of digital sovereignty. It's on everybody's mouth. State Secretary Correa already said it. Everybody has a different definition of sovereignty. I'm going to go a little bit into the available definitions and where, in my opinion, we should be pointing our attention. Talking about digital sovereignty is very complicated, in particular when it comes to digital, because, as I'll show in a second, we started our journey into the interconnected economy when the World Wide Web became part of our lives in a fairly non-sovereign way from a more constitutional perspective, meaning in a almost a-territorial way, right? Where in a non-jurisdictional way to some extent, although there might be discussions in that respect. So what I will do, I will take you on a journey. They will take a few minutes. I hope to speed it up, so sorry if I will have to cut some corners in my train of thought. It's going to be, if the train of thought goes well and goes straight, it's going to have to be a high-speed train, unfortunately, to stay within time. But I've been studying for many years the evolution of the digital society, a little bit like you study life in different habitats, right? Like you study biology or physics. Meaning, for me, what has happened on the internet so far depends very much on the typical dynamics and the choices in the architecture of the internet that we've made since day one. We have tried to somehow course correct those choices over time. And this has led us with a situation where achieving sovereignty, however we define it, on the internet has become an almost daunting challenge. So let me just show you one first thing. So this is the internet as people were depicting it when the World Wide Web entered our economy. It's a layered architecture with basically almost no law, if not the laws of the internet, or if you wish, the street laws. Some people, and that's not the Italians like me, but originally it's the Brits, called it the lasagna, like the layered environment, right? So you have the telecommunications network at the bottom, right? You need it to make the flow of traffic go. That's what we call a physical layer. On top of it, technological evolution made it possible for us to break analog signals of voice into digital bits. And so to break down the bits and make them flow over the internet in a way that would enable the communication of each person with every other person. We call it end-to-end architecture. And the street rules, the street code of the internet is what we call the logical layer. Everything that allows us to basically encrypt messages and decrypt them when they are delivered, to break down messages into little bits and packets. Oops. I have to go back. And I think there's the timings in the presentation, there's the timings on, so I don't know if you can take them off. It would be great, because otherwise I'm going to have to do this throughout. There's some, in your computers, the standard timings are activated. So the street rules are such that the internet was created in a completely open way, and created in a way that enabled no intelligence at the center, right? Every message would be broken down. No one could actually inspect what was flowing on the internet. And no central intelligence could actually see what was flowing in between the different users. And this is what we call open internet net neutrality. Every packet that flows on the internet is identical and cannot be distinguished from others. It could be spam, it could be part of a terrorist attack, part of a Netflix thing that you're streaming, or part of whatever, a conversation on WhatsApp or stuff like this. And that the logical layer decision at the very beginning made it basically impossible for anyone to supervise what was going on the internet. It's an anarchic, if you wish, feature of the design of the internet. This, for some of you, certainly that will remember, are the years where Larry Lessig and others start saying on the internet, code, so the way we've designed it, defines what's possible, not the law. The law externally cannot really determine what gets shared or not shared, what behavior takes place or not. So the initial potential of the internet is such that users are the only ones at the edges that have the intelligence of what's going on from their specific vantage point, but others, in particular central intermediaries, don't have that. So on top of this, we run applications, right? On the internet, we have websites, we have apps today, we have many, many other things. We run our Gen AI systems and so on. Applications work with content, and of course, we are on top of this as the end user that uses it. This is the original design of the internet. It's something that led some people, in particular the economists, I always make a little bit of fun of economists because I studied economics originally, and spent the rest of my career departing from it. It's that economists started saying, finally, we see perfect competition. Because there's an environment where everything can be copied infinitely, marginal costs are close to zero, thousands and thousands of companies can sell products to the end users, there's no transportation costs, there's no transaction costs, and so on and so forth. These are the years in which, again, you could be a dog and nobody could notice on the internet. And that's a famous cartoon from Peter Steiner in 1993 already. But we did not grasp at the very beginning one feature where economists once again were wrong, which this is not an environment where you can have perfect competition. So price goes down, everybody knows everything about everything. This is an environment in which there is one scarce resource. That scarce resource is the attention of the end users. For those of you that do cognitive science, you can go back to Herbert Simon in the 1950s when he studied information or would-be prospective information-rich societies. He used to say, remember, a wealth of information creates a poverty of attention. And that's the first evolution of the interconnected society. A few years down the road, the scarcity of users' attention and the overabundance of information determined the emergence of very powerful intermediaries that could capture the attention of the end users and monetize it in various ways. Now remember, if you go back here, when you see this environment in which intermediaries cannot see what flows on the internet, the early legislations on the internet very convincingly and consistently determined that online intermediaries could not be held responsible for what was going on. It's the age of the 1996 Telecommunications Act in the United States, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. In Europe, the Information Society Directive, the E-Commerce Directive, 2000, 2001. All of them shield online intermediaries from any form of liability for whatever the users do. And that's related to the paradigm. If they are not supposed to inspect what is flowing on their network, then of course they cannot be held responsible. Yeah, a few years down the road, you see the first iteration of the internet. The fact that information and attention is limited and some players manage to capture that attention determines the first big jump in the middle of the lasagna. You have fat intermediaries that start capturing value through sort of centripetal forces, if you wish. By capturing the attention of the end users, they keep organizing information for the end users. They deviate from the neutrality principle, then they start ordering, ranking, personalizing, offering products to the end users. Now, this leads to a bifurcation in the internet. There's one part that remains as open and neutral as it was before, but a big growing part becomes captured by these intermediaries. Today we call them, for those of you that are lawyers, the gatekeepers, for example, in the Digital Markets Act. The gatekeepers are also supernovas, if you wish. They start sucking up the pressure and the value created up and down on this, what we call technology stack, right? That's today everybody calls it technology stack. And gradually, they become even black holes. You know, the level of attraction to the middle is such that a lot of the value generated by the internet becomes captured by these players. End users provide information, they get for free. The cloud-based platforms store that information in a centralized way, crunch this data, personalize services. They couple, depending on the business model, advertising, other services, all in big conglomerate services that determine the emergence of unprecedentedly big firms. Today we are talking about $4 trillion of market valuation, which, however inappropriate the comparison, to give you just the size and a sort of an emotional glimpse at the comparative size, means that companies like Apple are actually valued more than the GDP of the United Kingdom or something like this. Okay, just to give you an idea, something that defies the traditional view of the firm as the center of also attribution of responsibility and centralization of risk in our civil codes, in the entrepreneur definitions. We are witnessing a situation where firms become enormous, but they are not responsible. So they move 30, 40% of the economy without being responsible for what goes wrong. And so that becomes a problem for legislators, in particular for legislators around the world that are not the US, because these companies are largely US-based. Of course, there's homologous companies in China, but the fact that they dominate the economy also means that everybody else, the ones that develop applications, the ones that have the telecoms infrastructure, the users, the real economy players, as the internet spreads into industry, they face the prospect of having their value. Mariana Mazzucato used the term value capture, right, in a famous book, and also international organizations use this expression, their value being sucked into the business model of these companies, creating a polarization of the economy that is something that we see on a daily basis. In the US, if you take out what we call the Magnificent Seven, is a new version of the GAFA and the GAFAM. They all changed name. At some point, we call them GAFTAM in France, then MAMA because of Meta as opposed to Facebook. And so at some point, now we call it Magnificent Seven because of Tesla and NVIDIA having joined the pack, right? If you take these companies out, the United States consistently could have had negative economic performance over the past years, and not a very different economic performance from Europe, if anything, possibly worse, okay? So the economy decouples. And we find ourselves in a situation where if we are automotive players and we want to develop the cars of the future, and we don't have the possibility to rely on those conglomerate offers that are centralized and cloud-based, we're going to have to surrender the value of our industry to these players. These are years, I mean, already 7, 8 years ago, where Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, even Ferrari, for an Italian, start striking deals with iOS and Android to build on top of their mechanical components a stack of software that they will not control anymore. And today, in a car, at least 2/3 of the value of the car is in the data it produces. So just give you an idea of how much this is a competitiveness issue, but this is also the impossibility to organize the digital economy as it becomes so predominant according to the way in which we think digital economy should work with the real economy. So today, the European Commission, after a few years of reforms, has started to reorganize the lasagna in a way that has made it a lot more complicated, trying to remedy something that had to be remedied, but comes a little bit late in the process. And for all of you that will discuss today whether we should be intervening early or not, I let this because it has automated timings come up by itself then. For those of you that will discuss today those issues, I mean, you will see that the lasagna, and the intervention, even if it comes late, it was needed. To give you one example, we had to put our hands on the responsibility of the digital intermediaries, right? Because after years and years, digital intermediaries, it was so clear that they were actually making money and they were actually inspecting the traffic on the internet and making money out of it. But our legislation was still the one related to the original lasagna that was built for an environment where intermediaries would not be able to see anything. Sorry, this is going on by itself. So today, the European Commission organizes a technology stack, and because it is growing, it is expanding in a very articulate way. We have connectivity, of course, having become much more multifaceted and multi-technological. We have the permeation of digital technologies into things, into a much more peripheral aspect of our life and into much more distributed and decentralized uses. It's what we call the Internet of Things. We have cases in which the centralized intelligence that we've built in the cloud has to be spread. If you're an autonomous vehicle that needs to decide whether to avoid an obstacle or not, you don't ship the data to Amsterdam or to Delaware for them to be processed and back. You need something where the intelligence is much closer to the vehicle, right? This is what we call edge computing. So we are going from, if you wish, for those of you that do medicine in particular, and being the son of two professors of human anatomy, we're going from the central nervous system of our digital economy to the peripheral nervous system as well. On top of this, we are trying to introduce a lot more control points, a lot less neutrality, a lot less anarchic features in our internet because it has become too important for us to just let go. Many things have happened in between that have led us to do this. Digital verification, interoperability, data spaces, all initiatives that we have that try to avoid, first and foremost, the value capture that we've seen over the past years. So the data strategy of the European Commission, the regulation of the digital platforms, the tools for digital government, and we have cross-layer pervasive developments such as AI, cybersecurity, and also new forms of embedding personal control by users, what we call self-sovereign features, into the digital economy. So I would say this from a lasagna has morphed into a tiramisu a little bit. It's a bit fluffier and taller, and but this is, if you shrink it and see to transform the original internet into this one, how much legislation it is taking. Here's a little bit an attempt, which is by far, certainly not exhaustive, to look at. I can leave you the slides in anyway for those of you that I see with unless you're taking a selfie, of course. But if you're taking a picture of the screen, I will leave you the slides with no problem. We have several interventions today that try to nail down rights entitlements in a way that makes it impossible or makes it more difficult, at least. If they will be effective, it will make it potentially impossible for the central intermediaries of the internet that have captured this environment to continue sucking up all the value. So value for users, value for the different players in the different domains, the data spaces in agriculture, in energy, in manufacturing, and so on and so forth, in government as well. So in all this, the first reaction of the European Commission in particular, these are all EU pieces of legislation, has been let's regulate to make sure that value gets more distributed, and also let's regulate to make sure that we can direct the development of new technologies towards our values and principles. So the AI Act, the DSA, to some extent the DMA, the GDPR for sure, they're all examples of cases in which fundamental rights have been embedded into potential requirements for the design of technologies, certainly the AI Act, on which I have been working quite a lot, but also that are currently facing a moment of rethink, if you wish, or even backtracking because of the imperative of competitiveness that you've heard also so prominent from a State Secretary Correa. No? So that said, many countries are asking themselves, what does it mean to be sovereign? Can I do all of the things in the technology stack? Would that make me sovereign? Many countries are actually focusing on what is even closer to end users and the citizens, so what we call the digital public infrastructure, which typically in the technology stack cover that angle. So I've been part of an exercise and a reflection that we call Eurostack, right, over the past months. I will say a little bit, as I go towards a little bit the wrap-up, what digital sovereignty has meant in that respect. Well, we have taken the technology stack with a group of scholars, not only ourselves at CEPS, but also University College London, Bertelsmann and Mercator, two foundations in Germany, and a few other scholars. And we have looked into what is currently happening, knowing that to be sovereign, you don't just have to look at the cloud, meaning whether we are depending on Microsoft Azure or AWS, which we are, by the way, and the health data are actually largely stored on Microsoft Azure in Europe, even more than AWS. But also you have to look at everything else, because the more we go on, the more we went through COVID, the more we went through other phases such as war in Ukraine and so on, the more we realize that whenever we are not able to offer or source from alternative sources, all of these ingredients in the tiramisu or whatever, in the Lego stack here, it looks more like a Lego or a Duplo, for every layer, the more we might be vulnerable and the more we might be unable to organize and choose our own destiny, as Maria was saying before. So here's a little bit an attempt at quantifying the level of dependencies of the EU in the different layers, right? On raw materials, which we need in order to organize our digital economy, yeah, very, very bad range in estimates, but we know that the EU has currently also joined a partnership on raw materials because China and to some extent Russia monopolize the availability of rare earths. And you see that most of the wars and the very, very actually dangerous and stupid interventions that Donald Trump has conceived of over the past months depend very much on the need to secure access to rare earths and raw materials. Think about Venezuela, think about the agreement with Ukraine, and so on and so forth. The battle is there. And think about the fact that some of the critical minerals and gases that the EU has been sourcing for a long time were sourced in Mariupol and Odessa. Okay, just to give you an idea of how that is important. We have an estimated 90% dependency on semiconductors and chips, despite the fact that we do have the Netherlands there, ASML, which is a monopolist in the world on one tiny part of that value chain. But the rest, we are not able, and we will not be able in the next 10, 15 years to have semiconductors that we can use, and they are sufficiently advanced. We are less dependent on networks. We have Nokia and Ericsson in Europe, but we're also dependent partly on other parts of the world for some connectivity elements. We have SAP, other Siemens and others that in the Internet of Things and devices compete with other parts of the world, but there are some areas in the Internet of Things where we are completely dependent. On the cloud, over 85%. There are 4 players in the cloud, basically, that have a significant market share in Europe. 3 are American, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google Cloud, and the 4th is Alibaba. Okay, so our OVH and other players need to be scaled up, and it's going to take a long time. And at the moment, they're less secure than the ones that you see there. On software, we're largely dependent. On data and AI, we use mostly American models and start using a little bit the open source versions that China has produced, such as Qwen or DeepSeek. Now, in all this, to be sovereign doesn't mean that we should move everything to 0%, sorry, that we do everything at home. That is impossible. That is anti-historical. It wouldn't mean, first of all, apart from not being feasible, it would mean ring-fencing Europe into the use of only European technologies. And I recently gave a speech in the plenary of the European Parliament, and I don't know why sometimes I come up with stupid examples such as the lasagna, but in this case, for the last time in my life, I repeat this very stupid example that I saw in the literature, people studying the use of trainers, right, sneakers, in Olympic Games by athletes of the Soviet Union. And the fact that athletes from the Soviet Union were forced to use Soviet sneakers, and in some cases they lost against their Western rivals, not because they were worse themselves, but because they were forced to use suboptimal equipment, right? So that said, to be sovereign cannot stand in the way of using the best technology in the world. So the future is about striking a good balance between sovereignty as being able to design technologies or impose the design of technology that we want for our territory and for our jurisdictions, which is essential. But it doesn't necessarily mean making things in Europe. It could mean regulating or going through standardization of products so that even in the future, even the hyperscalers would need to design products in a way that is trustworthy and convincing for us to be admitted to the market. It might mean also diversifying. You might have seen the free trade agreement with Mercosur, but also with India recently. They are a useful starting point for starting to work together with partners that are, in many cases, even better than us at some of these layers in the ecosystem. So there are many things that you can do to be sovereign. And the strategy is something that we are only starting to grasp. So why digital sovereignty? Certainly for resilience. You don't want to depend. I mean, if you hear Elon Musk telling the foreign minister of Poland, I can switch off Starlink and you lose the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, that doesn't sound very good. You can listen to Donald Trump telling you, I'm going to introduce export controls for the most advanced, for the Blackwell NVIDIA chips, and so on and so forth. So you need diversification and alternatives to avoid being slave to others, and security as well in that respect. We talk about research security. Many of us will discuss that over the coming months, but that's very important for achieving sovereignty in the digital field, because digital technologies also increasingly permeate the research and innovation space and science. We need to make sure that we have some control. And it's not just the data. It is way beyond the data, right? If it were just the data, we could impose some degree of data localization requirement or store the data in Europe. It would not be enough with the hyperscalers, because, don't get me wrong, no hyperscaler that sells these services, we call them sovereignty as a service today, right? The Amazon Sovereign Cloud, the NVIDIA Sovereign Cloud, and so on. None of them can guarantee that if the US administration requires them to hand over sensitive data, then none of them can guarantee that they can say no. There's one thing called the Cloud Act. There's other legislation in the United States that for emergency, Donald Trump has an emergency every day, so that's easy, or national security, the US government can always require and request the availability of those data, no matter whether the data pertains to Europeans or Americans or Brazilians and so on, and no matter whether the data are being stored in Europe or in India or in the United States, okay? So that said, sovereignty also means other things. It means sovereignty in using or having alternatives in AI models, in semiconductors, and all the other layers that I was telling you before. It's a matter of competitiveness, of course. Value retention, having sovereignty also means in designing the digital environment in a way that allows us to retain the value of what we create. So the data spaces are very important. The new apply AI strategy goes in that direction, but the European Commission doesn't have a good idea for now on how to make it happen. That's why I'm launching a series of expert groups. I'll try to invite some of you to them to discuss how do we make it happen effectively this time. Value retention, alignment with European values, which is mostly what you will be discussing for the rest of the day. It's important that we are put in the conditions that then allow us to promote European values, again, through standardization, legislation, investment, alternatives, and conditionalities. So the menu is much bigger than simply buy European, which is on the first page of newspapers today. It's a matter of legal compliance. To be sovereign also means being able to inspect, audit, observe, monitor, design legislation around the possibility of securing compliance. We are actually very bad at this at the moment. Anyone who does legal studies has a challenge of designing legislation that actually works for this environment, and at the moment we are very far from it. But most importantly, we are talking about one thing that digital sovereignty represents that subsumes all of the others. It is basically retaining the freedom to mix and match solutions from US, from China, from Europe, from India, from Brazil, wherever they come from, in a way that we see fit for the design of a future technology stack. Meaning, if we want the best tiramisu of all, we might want to source the best ingredients from the different, I would say the different Italian regions, okay, but people would say from, from different parts of the world so that we make the best of it. There are certain of these layers that we need to keep control of, and the digital public infrastructure that I showed you before is typically a good example. But for all the others, in my opinion, it would be a very bad mistake to pretend that everything is made in Europe. Is made for Europe or is made according to European values. So to wrap up, what I think the key challenge is to abandon, and this I say to myself as well, because for a long time I had an easy life going around and giving speeches because we were in a binary mode, right? We were in a very unsophisticated mode. You can say sovereignty or free market or stuff like this. We have to go one level down and be more granular in the way in which we approach this topic. A government today has the option of imposing conditionalities, standards, effective legislation, and engage in private investment, not only within Europe, but with Europe and like-minded countries. We talk about Horizon Europe and the many countries that are associating themselves with Horizon Europe. We are going to have to be ambitious in that respect and also achieve the breakthroughs in AI and other technologies that still aren't there because the current AI models are not aligned with European values, are not ticking any of the boxes of trustworthy AI. So we're going to have to achieve those breakthroughs through investment. In the meanwhile, we're going to have to juggle with all the muscles, all the nerves of the policymaker. And there are many. There are many more that we currently see. So the plea is to continue working together. You know where to find me. I came over here, very glad to have come here. And I'm happy to come back, and I'm happy to host you when you guys come over to Brussels or Florence. I wonder which one you'll prefer. And let's continue the debate because we are at the beginning of a very exciting journey for social scientists and for natural scientists and for data scientists. We need to build a way in which we achieve control, but freedom even more than control, for the future design of our digital technologies and what they, as means to an end, do to our society in the mid to long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for your outstanding presentation. I'm sure that your lecture raised lots of questions from the audience, but due to lack of time, we are a little bit late, so unfortunately we cannot open for questions.
Coffee break.
So thank you very much, especially your lasagna model or tiramisu. We would say in Portuguese, caldeirada model. That's one question, with permission of our president. So please, but you have to go straight to the point, please. Please tell your name first.
My name is Peter Villax. Professor, thank you so much. Fascinating presentation. Your essential slide on federated cloud is for me the most important one. There's a weak link there, legal and semantic interoperability. I can deal with semantic interoperability, no problem. I'm at the forefront of digital health. I deal with NHS hospitals. What is the problem is legal interoperability, which Brussels is solving with 60-page laws, proposals, regulations every 3 months. What is my main obstacle is data protection officers, because the legal complexity is beyond them. I have the resources to understand fully the law. Data protection officers do not. We have created a self-blocking system. We have inserted values, philosophy, and ethics into law, and it's not working. How do you respond?
So how do I respond? I respond quickly, and because otherwise they kill me. Okay. We can also take it to the coffee break. I'm available throughout the late morning, so I'll be in the coffee break. I agree with you, meaning legal interoperability is a problem also because we still have many obstacles to integrating our legal systems at the EU level. If you think that our digital identity system in Europe is still based on Article 114 of the treaty, so it's approximation of national legislation. There's no legal basis at the moment to have a common European digital identity. And this applies, of course, to the moment you do the European health data space, the other data spaces that we're trying to build. One thing that will happen, and lawyers don't get angry with me, and is two things that are being sought. On the one hand, is try to scan the EU acquis and all the digital legislation to try and find areas for meaningful, underlying meaningful simplification, not deregulation. And there's a lot that can be done there. And this can be done also with the help of AI to some extent, but it requires competent humans. The questions are what's most important in that respect. The other thing is compliance with very complicated legislation is increasingly being looked at through the eyes of what we call AI agents. So transforming compliance with legislation into a series of tasks that humans can achieve, navigating through complexity with the help of AI. So it's something that is very complicated. And it's also, to some extent, a scapegoat, right? The European Commission says, sorry, it's not code is law or law as code, is actually trying to invoke code as a savior where law has failed, right? So we are going to see this. I was talking 2 days ago with the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra, who has developed an EUR-Lex GPT, which works, it doesn't hallucinate because it works on curated data, but it's able to exercise some degree of simplification in navigating through complex tasks. That said, I'm not very... Exactly. That's what I was saying to close, because I'm closing there. I'm not saying that I consider this to be simple or even, let's say, the best possible solution. I'm saying this is about to happen. Legislators in the EU and at member state level are starting to invoke AI to understand why the heck we ended up in this situation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you very much for your question that enriched very much our session, but we are with time problems, so we have to move to the next session, the roundtable, an ethical framework for digital era. I have the pleasure to call our colleagues Inês Godinho and Miguel Rico. Thank you.
So, good morning once again. We'll now proceed to our first session. And to see how efficient we tried to be, our guests were moving ahead so we could spare time. But the way we will spare a little bit of time is, since all of you have the resumes of our guests, I will just call upon our 5 guests indicating their position in the Ethics Council, and then it will be able to spare us 2 or 3 minutes. And as you can imagine, it will be a very useful debate. So I call on to this session Please, Krista Lundegaard, Director General of the National Center for Ethics of Denmark. Claude Kirchner, the Chair of the National Digital Ethics Consultative Council and National Advisory Ethics Council for Health and Life Sciences from France. Helmut Frista, the Chair of the National Ethics Council of Germany. Ismini Kriari, the member of the Hellenic National Commission for Bioethics and Technoethics. Juan Carlos Ciurana, the chair of the National Bioethics Committee from Spain. And last but not least, Sven Erik Söder, the chair of the National Council on Medical Ethics from Sweden. Please. In this session, we will try to introduce a discussion on the ethical framework for the digital era, and it will be asked from each representative of each ethics council or institution represented herein that they address the concerns that the digital era raises for their respective fields of reflection, or if there has been or is ongoing some work regarding this issue. We would kindly ask our members that they would keep their interventions to the time limit. Each one of you will have between 8 to 10 minutes, and I will be very sorry if I will bother you to say 1 minute left or 1 minute too much. Thank you very much. So in the order by which you were called upon, I give the floor now to Krista Lundgaard. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this important seminar on digital sovereignty in Europe. It's a great honor for me to be here and to contribute with the Danish perspectives on the concerns that the digital era raises. For the past year, the two councils, the National Ethics Council and the Council on Data Ethics in Denmark, has been working with the following topics within artificial intelligence. It's artificial intelligence in healthcare, in public administration, and the police use of facial recognition that has been on the table for the last year. Today I will focus on the artificial framework, and as we have heard, the world is facing more numerous and more serious threats and geopolitical challenges than it has for many years. And this new reality has led to a renewed focus on international and national security and sovereignty and European values. At the same time, the world is entering a transformative phase marked by rapid introduction and implementation of artificial intelligence across nearly all sectors of society. AI systems are increasingly being integrated into economic production, into public administration, healthcare, education, security, media, and our everyday social interaction. Algorithms shapes what we see, and platforms shape what we say, and metrics shape what we value. And this development is not merely technological, it represents profound structural shift in how decisions are made, how power is distributed, and how human agency is exercised. And globally, AI promises significant benefits, including increased efficiency and innovation, and the ability to address complex challenges such as climate change, medical diagnostics, and resource management. And at the same time, it also raises concerns related to autonomy, privacy, accountability, democratic governance, and human dignity. And AI systems increasingly influence opinions, behaviors, and opportunities, often in ways that are non-transparent, difficult to contest, and unevenly distributed across populations and regions. And the pace of AI development has outstripped existing regulatory and ethical and institutional frameworks. And this has created a growing gap between what technology enables us to do and what societies are prepared to govern responsibly. In the National Center for Ethics in Denmark, we are focusing on how the digital era is forcing us to rethink the framework for ethics under conditions where you can say that harm can be indirect, responsibility can be fragmented, and intention is often absent. As a result of this, questions of control, transparency, fairness, and value alignment has become central issues rather than the technical side matters. And moreover, AI development is unfolding within a context of geopolitical competition, economic concentration, and our cultural fragmentation. There can be no doubt that AI offers an extraordinary range of opportunities that we must remain open to. But in the absence of shared norms and ethical foundations, AI may amplify polarization and erode trust in institutions and weaken democratic discourse. And after all, we live in a world where polarization and populism and post-truth dynamics increasingly define the public agenda. Against this backdrop, the global challenge is not only to harness AI's potential, but also to ensure that its development and deployment are guided by human-centered values. The Danish government just established a council for cultural resilience, with the purpose of identifying and providing recommendations on how art and culture can contribute to the development and anchoring of cultural resilience. And I would argue that there is also a need for identifying, fostering debate about, and providing recommendations on how to anchor ethical resilience in society. I would define ethical resilience as the capacity of individuals, institutions, and societies to uphold core values and exercise sound judgment under conditions of uncertainty, technological disruption, and political pressure. The starting point for discussing ethical resilience must therefore be our shared European values and our culture and our history, research-based knowledge and civil engagement and communities. And ethics offers rich opportunities to support social cohesion, to safeguard and promote European values, and to strengthen the democratic dialogue. And in my opinion, the Ethics Council in Europe has a responsibility to contribute to the development of the shared understanding of ethical resilience. Let me end with a few comments. When speed is rewarded, reflection disappears. And when visibility is rewarded, nuance becomes costly. When efficiency is rewarded, reflection is replaced. And when prediction is rewarded, human unpredictability becomes a problem to be solved. Ethics in the digital era is not about slowing down innovation. It is about remembering what and who innovation is for. If we fail to ask ethical questions early, clearly, and repeatedly, we will still get very efficient systems, but we may no longer recognize ourselves in the outcomes. And the ethical risk is not that we measure too much, it is that we forget what cannot be measured at all, as for example, dignity, meaning, wisdom, and social cohesion. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your excellent presentation and for respecting the time. And now I call Claude Kirchner to you have the floor, and please, again, 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you
Thank you very much. So I'm very happy to be here with you today, and thank you very much for the invitation. So I would like to summarize our current reflection at the level of, at the French level, and indeed we are in a situation where the entire world is living a deep digital conversion, as it has been mentioned by all the speakers just before. Okay, and this digital conversion is of our civilization, and of course including the culture, is fast, powerful, and widespread, and it is fascinating, really. It is challenging, and it invites us to reflect. And indeed, reflection is what is exactly ethics. Okay, so we need to think about human behavior and the value on which it is based. It includes data ethics. It includes also AI ethics. It includes everything from digital ethics. So based on this, we have created last May 2024, following the will of the French Republic President, an advisory committee for digital ethics, sharing its General Secretariat premises, General Secretariat on one side, premises, resources, staff, and interest with the French National Advisory Ethics Council for Health and Life Sciences. So its missions include, indeed, formulate recommendation on opinion for public authorities aimed at promoting development of digital ethics, but also to lead and or organize public events, debates, and workshops to raise awareness of issues related to digital ethics, in particular for public authorities, but not only. Contribute to international discussion on digital ethics, in particular by developing exchanges with entities of foreign countries carrying out similar discussion and missions. So thank you for this invitation, in particular, Maria. The people that are involved in this committee, this new committee, there are 21 members coming out from informatics, robotics, lawyers, of course, philosophy, ethics, economics, medical doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, scientific culture, historian, and with active connection with other ethics committees present in France, but also in Europe and worldwide. So in this context, this emergence follows the creation, indeed, in 1983 of the Ethics Council for Health and Life Science, so CCNE, with Jean-François Delfrécy, its current president, present today here. And these initial works on digital ethics concerning research on digital science and technology has begun indeed in 2010 in France. Okay, so we had the committees, council dealing with these kind of things since now more than 15 years. And with a strong will of the scientific community on informatics, a national report written by Cédric Villani, and the creation of a pilot committee in 2019 that has been set up under the aegis of CCNE's bioethics ethics committee. So in this context, indeed, the pilot contribution since 2019 to 2024 were indeed driven first by the COVID crisis, okay, where indeed we were talking about, we were making reports about digital fraternity, about digital tools for pandemics, about ethical issues in the fight against disinformation and misinformation, but also about telemedicine and telecare in pandemics especially, And this last one was done jointly with Bioethics Committee. So this was at the very beginning. Then we were working on several reports coming and questions coming from the Prime Minister or the Minister from Health or Minister from the Digital Science and Technology. And they were concerning several topics. So I will just make a short enumeration of the two reports that we provided in this pilot situation. So we were working on the autonomous vehicle. Okay, so you see something which is really typical from digital situation. We were also working and making a report, advices and opinions on conversational agents, so chatbots. Okay, and it was indeed in 2001, 2021 and 22. We were working also jointly with the Bioethics Council on medical diagnosis and artificial intelligence. We were also working, and this was a question that we asked ourselves, about ethical issues of health data platforms, and in particular with what you were presenting before, where do we put our data, what kind of data, how to communicate about all these data. We were also working on something which is typical of digital ethics, which is the retroactivity of name change in digital scientific documents. Indeed, there are people who want to change their name. Okay, and okay, the European digital identity could be also one of the topics on which we need to think and to reflect. Is indeed, what do we do? Since indeed, just to give you a teeny example, since indeed the situation is such that the PDF are the document that need to be changed, okay, it's easy to change a PDF, okay? Should we do it? Should we rewrite history? Of course not, okay? So we provide some thinking and solutions indeed in order to overcome this question about retroactivity of name change. We were also working more recently on a generative artificial intelligence system, and also about ethical issues of facial, postural, and behavioral recognition technologies. Last thing that we did as a pilot committee was to work on metaverse, and indeed the metaverse is just at its beginning. So don't think that the metaverse is over. Okay, it is just coming. So we also work on a manifesto. Also, we were working on a book describing why we need to develop digital ethics, and all these things have been published and are available on the website. So next is this recent activity, because the new Digital Ethics Committee has started its work last September only, okay, 2025, okay? And so, but we already have worked on several topics that I would like to summarize quickly. The first one is about writing a short statement joined between the Bio and Digital Ethics Committees about young people on digital social networks, thinking about these kind of things. And in the next weeks, okay, we will publish our opinion, joint opinion between the Bio and Digital Ethics Committees on brain-computer interfaces. Okay, so I invite you to read it soon, okay? And in the context of the French Bioethics National Consultation, we will be speaking about health AI companions. We should be really aware, each of us, of this threat that is coming here now, and we should be absolutely not neutral with respect to that. So, This was about what we have currently done. Just a last statement about what we would like to do in the next 6 months and years. We are working on digital and AI systems and people in vulnerability situation. We are working on democracy and the digital. We are working on environmental impact of the digital science and technology, including, of course, data and AI. And I would like to ask you a question on which we are currently reflecting. What if computing resources become scarce? Okay, and it is probably coming. Last statement, okay, thank you very much, is we are at the beginning, very beginning. So this means that tomorrow, even than today, ethics, in particular digital ethics, is not an option, but the means to help individual collective bodies, companies to position themselves in a world undergoing profound conversion. Really, we are really open to sharing and cooperation with other committees, in particular working on digital ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And again, sorry for being so adamant in moderating. I now give the floor to Helmut Frista. Again, 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and hello to everyone, and thank you for the invitation to this important conference. I have divided my intervention into two parts. First, I will report on how the German Ethics Council responds to the challenges of the digital age and what specific difficulties are associated with dealing with the relevant issues. And second, if there's time enough, I want to discuss how ethics councils itself are utilizing the new opportunities offered by the digital age, focusing on the issue to what extent we should allow ourselves to use AI to prepare our statements. So, to the first part. According to the German Ethics Councils Act, the Ethics Council should focus primarily on the life sciences. But we have some scope to address other topics with only indirect impact to life sciences. And we have used this scope in recent years to address topics that are related to the challenges of the digital age. In our statement, Big Data and Health, published in 2017, we already examined the consequences of collecting and processing large amounts of data in the health sector. And then in 2023, we published the statement, Humans and Machines, which comprehensively analyzes the opportunities and the risks of AI in various fields. And in these statements, which has 400 pages, we underline that a good and effective and not too complicated regulation is essential to use the chances and reduce the risks of AI. Currently, we are working on a statement on neurotechnology, which again has a closer connection to life science, but also addresses challenges posed by the digital age. The German Ethics Council also has the task of stimulating and promoting public discussion on ethical issues by organizing public conferences. And in fulfilling this task, we have also responded to the challenge posed by the digital age. In doing so, we have focused primarily on the changes in media communication resulting from digitalization. The topic of our last conference in October was the consequences of these changes for the role of science in politics and society. And at our next conference in June, we intend to address the challenges for democracy. In both fields, we all know we have a lot of reason to be concerned. I cannot go into detail here about the content of the statements and the concept behind the conferences, but I would like to point out two specific difficulties that we faced and continue to face in addressing the challenges of the digital age. First, the developments in the field are taking place at such a rapid pace that the state of affairs determined at the beginning of the work on a statement may already be outdated by the time it is completed. We experience this with our statement on AI. A few weeks after the statement was completed, ChatGPT came into the market. Also, this greatly increased public attention for our statement. It also meant that it was no longer entirely up to date. Second, most of the research driving digital development today no longer takes place at universities, but in the big technology companies, which, by their very nature, have little interest in informing the public about the details of the research. An extreme example of this is Neuralink, the company founded by Elon Musk for neurotechnology. We know from the company's statements that it has set itself the goal of enabling humans to keep pace with the development on AI in the long term by means of an invasive brain-computer interface. However, little is known about the status and progress of this research. In the course of our current work on our statement on neurotechnology, we have drawn two conclusions from these difficulties. The first one is simple. We have to check the status of our work even more closely than before to ensure that it is up to date. The second one is a little bit problematic. We have introduced a new format for expert hearings. In addition to the public hearings, we are consulting with research staff from technology companies in closed-door meetings in accordance with the Chatham House rule. This format is certainly not without its problems, but in our opinion, it is unavoidable if we gain at least an approximate understanding of the current state of research. Now I come with a few words to the second part of my intervention, the question of the use of AI by the Ethics Council themselves. In the opinion of the German Ethics Council, this is a real problem for our work and its public perception, and one that is not so easy to solve. On the one hand, the use of AI can make work more effective and has become so widespread in science that it no longer seems appropriate to dispense with it altogether. On the other hand, ethics councils would lose their raison d'être if their statements were no longer developed in an often laborious interdisciplinary dialogue, but were essentially written by AI. Against this background, ethics councils and ethics council members must agree on what AI may and may not be used for when writing their statements. This is complicated by the fact that there are quite different views on the issue in the various scientific disciplines. The normative, largely based sciences are typically more critical of the use of AI for writing than the empirical sciences, which tend to regard the writing up to their research results as an annex to their research activity. We ourselves do not have yet a definite solution to the problem. Our office has therefore searched the websites of other European councils to see whether they have already rules on the use of AI in the drafting of statements. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find any. We would therefore be grateful to learn more about this. For reasons of transparency, we consider such rules to be essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. And I now give the floor to Ismini Kriari. Again, 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Buon dia. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important meeting and also for the warm hospitality that we are enjoying these days. I come from the National Committee for Bioethics and Technoethics of Greece, and I would like to give you an idea about the way we work in these very challenging fields. And I will speak about two opinions that we have issued. The one is about artificial intelligence in the healthcare sector, and the other one is artificial intelligence in the education sector. So, coming from Greece, of course, one understands that as far as bioethical principles are concerned, they come from Hippocrates. All doctors take the oath of Hippocrates, and many of them have heard about the Oviedo Convention, which was voted in 1998 in the neighboring country of Spain. But that is not enough in the era of AI, because new principles have to be added and new procedures have to be added in the exercise of the medical professor, and by that we mean that now we have the principles of the precautionary principle, the principle of explainability, which means that the doctors who use AI, they should be able to understand how some information is embedded in their decision making and who is responsible for the embedding of this information. Also that the final responsibility should lay with the doctor. The doctors should use AI, but the final responsibility should be theirs and not the responsibility and the decision making of an algorithm. And also some other principles which have to do with actually the responsibility of the state to proceed to a general plan which would involve that all doctors, no matter when they have graduated, should be upskilled and reskilled, and there would be no digital divide between the ones that have taken their diplomas now and the ones that have graduated some years ago. So we think that all these new principles and procedures should be embedded and should be also taught in courses about bioethics, medical ethics, and technoethics at all students of the medical schools, which is not actually something self-evident in Greece. We have some courses, but we don't have them everywhere. And we hope that by means of this actually opinion, we will steer a bit the situation, and that possibility will be offered. As far as the opinion about the AI in the field of education is concerned, there we were really actually we had to decide about a very urgent issue, and which is that young pupils and young students, they seem to understand that if something is in the Google, then this is a God-sent proof. And so we have witnessed that students have stopped researching and they rely on what they find in the internet. So in our opinion, what is essential is that we have education in this field in two directions. First of all, that students should learn how to use AI, which is an essential means in order to augment, in order to embellish, and in order to enrich their experiences. But then the second and more important thing is that students should learn to evaluate AI. They should learn that what is offered does not mean that this is actually something that they should learn, they should incorporate in their studies, in their papers, and that they should accept. And this is the most difficult thing, critical thinking. We think that what a state should aim at is not to educate the students how to use AI, which is a very important duty, but also to educate the student, to give them critical thinking, to give them the weapons and the ideas which are as ancient as the ones that come from Aristotle and Plato, to evaluate and to assess what they learn. And this is, these are the main ideas that we have incorporated in these two opinions. And actually, what we also suggest is that we should have in all these sectors a more powerful initiative about strategic foresight, because what we need is not to understand how we face things now, but how we are going to face them in the future. And strategic foresight gives us the tools from mathematics, from physics, from natural sciences, from statistics to see how we should have the developments in the future and how we should actually face and cope with these challenges, how we should meet the felt necessities of time. And if I may take the thread from what Professor Renda said, we should try to find ideas and tools from every possible direction. And we think that one possibility would be to take and to follow the example which has been already introduced by 3 other countries, by Finland, by Lithuania, and by Iceland, which have introduced in the parliaments, in the parliamentary work, the committees for the future. And that because it is one thing for our committees to introduce ideas. It is one thing to draft opinions. It is another thing to await that the parliaments should actually discuss and debate and then take measures about them, because there you have the parliaments which work in the same way as about 200 years before. 1 week about education, next week about a hospital, and third week about the prices of oil. And then the people are flooded with information about artificial intelligence. So Finland has introduced 30 years now the Committee for the Future, which is a special parliamentary body which has as its main task to decide and to do debate about things that are going to be of importance for the Finnish society, but also for the European society at large in the future. And that committee has its absolute and unique task to debate on that. And also this example has been taken by Lithuania, it has been taken also by Iceland. Also in Estonia there is a similar instrument, and also in some countries in South America they have also these possibilities, Chile and Brazilian. And I think that we should see that perhaps one way to cope with all these with new challenges and new possibilities is to find new ways to discuss about them in our parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that challenging presentation. And now I give the floor to Juan Carlos, again, 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, and thank you very much to Maria do Céu, Patrão Neves for thank you very much to Andre Diaz and all the members of the National Council of Ethics for the Life and Science of Portugal for the organization of this great event and for inviting me to be here. Well, I will now present a brief summary of the joint report that we have prepared between the National Council of Ethics for the Life Science of Portugal and the Spanish Bioethics Committee, entitled The Impact of the Excessive Use of Digital Technologies on the Health of Children and Adolescents, Ethical Assessment. I will explain some of the concerns that arise in this field, and especially some of the elements of the ethical framework that this report proposes for the digital era around this specific issue. The report will be explained and discussed in greater detail in the second session of today, a session in which the recommendations it provides will be presented. Well, the evidence shows that digital technology is no longer something external to the lives of children and adolescents, but rather an environment that can favor development or generate risks if it is poorly designed or regulated. Excessive, uncontrolled, or unsupervised uses, especially when there is no loss of control and functional impairment, are consistently associated with mental health problems, anxiety, depressive symptoms, emotional dysregulation, alterations of self-image, physical problems, musculoskeletal pain, fatigue, sleep disorders, and difficulties in cognitive and socio-emotional development, attention deficits, language problems in early ages, and changes in reward and inhibition circuits in context of problematic use. In addition, parental use of devices affects the quality of parent-child interaction and the well-being in childhood and adolescence. The impact of digital technology does not depend only on the amount of time of use, but on how, when, and with whom the technology is used. Content, purpose, context, adult mediation, and previous vulnerabilities have an influence. Therefore, there is no social basis for imposing rigid and uniform limits focused only on the minutes of screen time. They can even generate adverse effects such as isolation or an increase of inequalities. The ethical response does not lie either in demonizing technology or in accepting it uncritically. It can provide real benefits: connection, learning, creativity, participation, but these depend on adequate conditions of safety, privacy, and design. The ethical reflection on the impact of the excessive use of digital technology on the health of minors and adolescents begins with the recognition of the situation of technological or digital vulnerability in which these individuals find themselves, a situation in which they may be harmed physically or psychologically without being able to prevent, resist, or overcome that harm. Technological or digital vulnerability and the defenselessness of minors and adolescents in the face of digital technologies ethically challenge us because they represent a threat to essential values such as freedom, equality, privacy, identity, security, or justice. And they compel us to identify such threats and the ways of avoiding possible harms. And they impose upon us a duty of care. Nevertheless, our responsibility toward minors and adolescents does not consist only in avoiding harm or protecting them, but also in providing them with resources so that they can face such harm themselves, respecting their autonomy as far as possible, as well as in modifying and improving the environment and social conditions in order to guarantee equity and reduce the factors that may generate the situation of vulnerability and injustice. In the search for this prudent balance that protects minors and adolescents from technological vulnerability and facilitates the development of their personality, we have a guiding criterion: the best interest of the child. This criterion should not be interpreted in a paternalistic manner, but rather be guided by the preferences and values of the minor or adolescent, seeking their physical, psychological, and social well-being, and taking into account personal and contextual circumstances. Moreover, we have general parameters aimed at protecting the principal values at stake, guaranteeing the life and development of the minor and satisfying their basic material, physical, educational, emotional, and affective needs, taking into consideration their feelings and opinions, and promoting their progressive participation in decision-making according to their age, maturity, and development. Preserving their identity and convictions, avoiding discrimination on the basis of these conditions, and guaranteeing the harmonious development of their personality. In addition to health, it is important to take into consideration and respect other values. Freedom of choice and decisional autonomy, which refers to the capacity of the minor or adolescent to deliberate and choose a course of action from among a set of valuable alternatives, and also informational autonomy, which is the capacity to decide on and control the processing of personal information and data. Intimacy or privacy, since minors and adolescents have and must enjoy a reserved sphere of their lives beyond the reach of others. An intimate and private personal sphere must be preserved from unauthorized or illegitimate intrusions. Identity, that is, the individuality and singularity of each minor or adolescent shaped through their decisions, although this does not mean accepting any claim or desire. Security, conceived as the experience and feeling of protection against risk and harms. Equality and justice, guaranteeing equity in access to and use of digital technologies so that the scarcity and difference of resources do not generate unjustified discrimination and situations of inequity. Protecting childhood in the digital environment is a collective responsibility that involves the state, companies, civil society, educational and health system, and finally families and young people themselves. The approach should focus on fostering digital resilience and active parental mediation with protection routines, including spacings and moments of free of screens, prioritizing the early detection of an intervention in the face of signs of problematic use, and organization of daily life or protect sleep. Physical activity, play and interaction with simple and coherent rules at home, at school, and the demand for safer digital environments by default, with less manipulative design and greater protection and transparency. The objective is not a digital childhood, but rather a protected childhood and adolescence with health, bonds, and learning, guided by the criteria of quality, safety, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. And again, last but not least, I give the floor to Sven, reminding 8 to 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you very much for the invitation to this important and very interesting conference. I think the overarching question that we are trying to answer, all of us, is how do we build ethical frameworks that are truly fit for the digital era? And that is, of course, a question that we have struggled with and that we have worked with over the years in my own council, the Swedish Council. We are not a digital council like you have in Denmark, for example, or in France. But having said that, of course, we have also worked on digital issues over the years. I would like to structure my brief remarks around 4 points. I would like to say a few words about innovation for health and well-being. I would also like to say a few words about a project we had some years back that we called Quantifiable Human. Thirdly, I will touch upon what we believe is at stake. And finally, a few words about the role of bioethics councils. But to start with innovation for health and well-being, I think it is important to keep in mind that the health sector is one of the most important and biggest sectors that we do have in our societies. In most of the countries within the OECD area, we do allocate around 10% of our GDP to healthcare. And of course, it's also a sector that deals with really existential questions like life and death. But having said that, of course, we are not operating in a vacuum. And it was really like music for my ears as a former Secretary of State for Enterprise and Trade when I listened to the introductions and briefings early this morning. Because we are really living in a new geopolitical reality. And technological capacity has become a matter not only of economic competitiveness, but also of security and strategic autonomy. And it's obvious that we have a clear imbalance when it comes to development of new technology. The US holds a significant lead, and China is rapidly advancing in several sectors. And there is a huge risk that we will lag behind from the European sides. And we have to do whatever we can to catch up. Because this is not, as I see it, not merely a question of trade balance between the different geopolitical blocks that we have in our world. It is a question of resilience, and especially in times of crisis and conflict that we are experiencing right now, that is unfolding in front of our eyes. And European innovation in digital health is therefore not optional. I think it is essential for security, for competitiveness, but not least for high-quality healthcare for all. And innovation must be ethically grounded from the outset. A few words about what we have done in our project called Quantifiable Human, and I would like to take you back some years to 2017. Wearables, are becoming mainstream. It was already that back in 2017. And genetic testing was moving also into consumer markets. Data about our bodies was being generated at an unprecedented scale, I would say. So the way we responded was by writing a report with the title, The Quantifiable Human. And we tried to examine the ethical implications of the growing digitalization of health data. But we used, I would say, a quite different approach in this project. So we purchased fitness trackers for all members of the council. We wore them ourselves. We tracked our steps, our sleep, our heart rates, and then we asked, of course, what does it feel like to be quantified as an individual? Whom do I trust with this data, and why do I trust them? What happens when the intimate biological information becomes a commodity? And I think that experience for all of us really changed the conversation, and it made the abstract question tangible. And at the heart of this report was a concern that I think still remains urgent for us today. Because when we reduce a person, when we reduce ourselves to data points, what happens to our integrity, to our autonomy, what happens with therapeutic relationships? And this is still, I think, questions up here. They're not answered, but they're really, really important to put. After that, we have also, over the years, worked with AI, of course, and we have published a couple of reports. And this is an ongoing process, and I think we have to touch upon that the coming years as well. Thirdly, what we believe is at stake. Well, technological capability is not the same as ethical justification. I mean, the fact that we can collect, store, and process vast amounts of health data doesn't mean we should do it so in every way that is technically possible. In our last analysis, we identified 6 persistent ethical challenges, and I'm not just going to mention them to you because the time is limited, so I don't have time to deep into all of them. But firstly, the first question is about accountability in AI supporting care. Secondly, patient autonomy is systems shaped by opaque algorithms. Thirdly, the balance between rapid innovation and rigorous validation. Fourthly, ensuring AI serves those with the greatest medical need. Fifthly, building ethical competence within implementing organizations. And at last, preserving the ethical foundations of professional healthcare rules. We have identified all those 6 questions, and it's our plan to continue to work on them. Finally, a few words on the role of our bioethics councils. I do believe, and I'm not only polite being here, but I really, really believe that our councils have a crucial role to play. And digital health ethics cannot be treated as an add-on. I think it has to be a part of our core mandates. It has to be like bread and butter, if you like, for our work. But this requires also that we adapt our working methods, that we have to strengthen our interdisciplinary competence, that we have to expand our networks, that we have to dare to go outside our comfort zones, and sometimes even rethinking the composition of our councils in order to challenge the new reality. Finally, I would like to add a note of caution, because sometimes I think there is a quiet assumption that healthcare has always absorbed technological innovation successfully, and therefore we will continue to do so also in the future. But I believe that that assumption is really, really dangerous, because never before has technological development advanced at this pace. The progress we have seen in AI, biotechnology, and digitalization over the past 5 years would previously have taken decades. I think we are living through a paradigm shift. And when we have extraordinary developments, we need also extraordinary measures. And that is not only for the healthcare sector, that goes also for our ethical councils. And talking on behalf of the Swedish Council, I can assure you that we will continue to do whatever we can to continue to be engaged and do the best we can to our ability. And I think an important part of that work is to network around colleagues, not least here in Europe. That's why I appreciate very much to have the opportunity to be here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion we will have in the coming hours together. Thank you much for your attention.
Good morning to everyone. I do not want to take the floor. No worries. I just want to reach the microphone. So we have, I believe, like a little bit time for 2 questions, 20 questions, 3 questions maybe. I'm negotiating, you see. and then our dear Stivitis will answer. Please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Stavroula Tsinorema.
Thank you.
And thank you, Stavroula Tsinorema. And I also represent, together with Professor Kriari, the Greek National Commission for Bioethics and Technoethics. Thank you very much for your very interesting interventions. It's very good to have a perspective of what's going on in Europe nowadays. I particularly want to thank your commission for organizing and making this possible. I have a couple of questions regarding how we move on from here. And one concerns a principle which I think is also very important to be included in our ethical framework regarding the digital era, and that is the environment, environmental sustainability, which it seems to me is very difficult to accommodate in a coherent and implementable way, because data centers consume so much energy, and we so much depend on the traditional forms. Oh, yes, indeed. And how do we go about that? And the other thing is, as a food for thought, perhaps, is that we very much here in Europe, and rightly so, give emphasis on human rights, on individual rights, fundamental rights, and that's very important. But I think we should also complement this idiom of rights with obligations. We should address the obligation bearers who are responsible for implementing rights, and then the relevant institutions. In other words, think deeply about our relation to law. Thank you very much.
We'll take the 2-3 questions in a row, please. If anyone wants to make one question, there, sir, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentations.
Please introduce yourself. Sorry.
My name is Mário Gaspar da Silva. I'm the ethics of the chair of the Ethics Commission of Instituto Superior Técnico. I was wondering that none of you mentioned genomics, which is the digitalization of the human genomes of society. There is so much concern about the mental health issues of the underage and artificial intelligence. What about the digitalization of the entire society at genomic level? Is that a concern for you?
Anyone more questions? So we go. Please. I don't know. Of course.
Excuse me, very briefly, it was wonderful really to hear 6 different countries, 6 national ethics councils to talk about so many, so important projects you are dealing with within the team of this morning. My question to all of you, and some of you did address it a little bit. But my question, that is my concern also is, okay, we are working on this, we are deeply committed to all these topics. Are we going to be able to do the difference? Can we really be part of the change that we are announcing, be part of a change that we really want to? Because it's not enough just to work and to publish wonderful papers about so many important topics. How can we really be a player to make the change that we want? In a nutshell, it's really to have the digitalization of society that is currently underway, and we cannot stop it, we don't want to stop, but to make sure that is embedded in ethical values, because that's the only way to keep society safe.
Thank you very much. So Sven, we can start from the end, please.
Very briefly, first on climate, I fully agree with you when you raised that question, and we carried out the work on that last year in my council. We don't think about it that much, but take into account that 4 to 5% of the global CO2 emissions are coming from our sector, from the healthcare sector. That's more than the global air traffic, that's 3%. Normally we see the air traffic as the big gangsters, if I put that expression in this field, but 4 to 5%. So here is a lot of work to be done. And what we have discovered is that in the healthcare sector, they don't really have a national plan to tackle CO2 emissions. It's very much up to the individual hospitals or to the individual healthcare providers or regions. So there is a need for an overall plan, and there is a need of identifying responsibilities and way of reporting back and have a benchmark and see how you can proceed. Are we relevant? Can we make a difference? Well, I think we can, but of course we can do much, much better. But I think the overall question is, who is really running healthcare today? I think it is a kind of sleepwalking process that we are moving step by step, and we are reacting, and we are not proactive. And that goes for the political parties, and that goes for the governments as well. I will give you one example. The gentleman here raised the question about genomics. Of course, that is fantastic. We have new treatments on the table, but they are very, very expensive. I think all of us, we have heard about the sickle cell disease, this rare disease. In Sweden, my country, we have 700 patients. It's possible to cure them, but it's very, very expensive. One treatment costs $2 million. And no one is talking about it, but it's here. We have the patients, we have the technology, it's possible, but we are not giving the opportunity to the patients to get this treatment because it's too costly. And this is just one single example. And there are many, many new treatments in the pipeline coming, and they are very, very expensive. So I think the time is working for us because issues related to ethics, priorities are getting more and more important. So, and I think I'm really looking forward to the discussion after lunch today to dig into how we can be even better.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Comment on the last remark, how we could have a better impact in society. This is the main problem that we discuss, we write, we publish, and then who reads them and who actually uses them as a second step toward a solution. I think that there are two possibilities. One is to have a broader communication of what we publish and of what we write. We should address the general public, and we should address also the public of the universities and of the high schools, because it is these generations that should be sensitized, and they should know how things develop and what the great problems are at stake. And second, we should intertwine our work with the work of the parliaments, with the work of the political elite, because they might get a paper, they might get a publication, but it's not enough. What should be done is that they should discuss about it, they should comment about it, and they should actually pledge that they would try to find a way to materialize it, because this is the most difficult part, not only to get the information, but then to translate the information into action. And this is actually what we should need. And as Jefferson had said, the end of all knowledge is action. This is where we have to go. Thank you.
Claude, s'il vous plaît.
So, thank you for all these questions and comments indeed that are very accurate. I would like to make a few remarks. First, with respect to your question, Maria, I think it's very important that we really act at the European level at least, okay? So that we organize ourselves in such a way that we can discuss, we can share, we can build together. And I think we are in the capacity to do that now, okay? In particular because we have the digital tools in order to do it, okay? But not only, because now we have also the thinkings that allows us to be able to share and to build together. So I'm convinced that it is really, we need an initiative to do in this direction, and we are indeed in contact with several people at the European level in order to try to go that direction. Of course, we should do that together. Okay. So that's a first point. Second point about relationship with the law, and I think this is something very important. Now, do you imagine that you can go in an aircraft when this aircraft is indeed using a lot of digital tools, okay? And these digital tools have not been checked. Of course, they are very carefully checked, and indeed, many of them are indeed proved to be correct, okay? So we are in a completely different situation with respect, for example, with social networks, okay? Not only for young people, but for everybody, okay? So look at that, it's completely a mess, okay? And indeed, they are designed, some of them, in order to make an action on you, okay? And of course, we should look at inside the software, inside the code, and code is not really, okay, could be not really the law, okay, but could be checked, okay, because this runs because of humans, okay, that are designing the code, okay. So I think we really need to come back to, okay, it is just code, okay? So now we are, as human and we as responsible of looking at what happens, need to take some hard decision on, no, we need to look at that and to validate or not the current situation. I will not emphasize things about environment and energy. This is, of course, a difficult question, but okay, we can discuss that for lunch. I think a lot of ideas. About genomics, I think it's real strong topics where indeed, because we have now such a lot of knowledge and data, it is really an opportunity to get very positive results about that, using it. But, of course, you can use it for the good, but also for worse thing, okay, which is to discriminate, which is to select in a way that needs to be at least understood. And so I think that we should be very careful. This is a very good question. And in particular, in France, we are in a specific situation, I believe, where indeed it is illegal in France to make a genomic recognition at the individual level, okay, except for medical reasons, okay. So this means that we are currently we are trying to get under control this question of genomic dissemination of data. But thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to close. Sorry. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to everyone. We are now going to a small coffee break for 15 minutes, please. And we come back at 11:50. 50 minutes. Thank you.
No sé si quitar la chaqueta. Quito la chaqueta que estáis todas.
Para vermos é que não temos assim um ecrã. Mas eu próprio tenho o computador e vejo. Não, pronto.
Vamos começar.
Estão aqui escondidinhas.
Vamos então começar a nossa última sessão. Agradeço imenso que vão retomando o vosso lugar. Esta nossa sessão será agora em português e em espanhol, em castelhano. Haverá certamente a tendência dos portugueses falarem portinhol, eu incluída, numa tentativa de comunicarmos melhor. E, de facto, a comunicação é o aspecto mais importante. Nós, nesta última sessão de 2 de manhã, e como eu disse no início, nas minhas palavras introdutórias, de alguma forma vamos fechar todo um percurso intenso dos trabalhos de hoje de manhã. Porque começámos com a soberania digital e o grande objetivo do ponto de vista ético, percebemos claramente que não foi por aí que a questão foi impulsionada, sobretudo por razões económico-financeiras, e foi aqui referido também a importância na competitividade, e todas essas realidades são efetivamente relevantes do nosso ponto de vista, do ponto de vista de um Conselho Nacional de Ética. Queremos, sobretudo, chamar a atenção para a importância de termos infraestruturas digitais que sejam respeitadoras dos direitos humanos e de dignidade das pessoas e de tantos outros requisitos que são identitários para a nossa sociedade portuguesa e a nossa sociedade europeia. Isso é, efetivamente, o que nos move. E um aspecto concreto, e aqui, precisamente, como é que é importante nós trabalharmos um enquadramento ético-legal para as novas tecnologias, é que estas novas tecnologias estão cada vez mais, e é bom que estejam cada vez mais acessíveis a todos, mas elas devem ser uma oportunidade para desenvolvimento e não o risco para os mais vulneráveis. E aquilo que verificamos, e todos nós sabemos, e sabemos pela comunicação social, aqueles que não trabalham na área e aqueles que trabalham em várias áreas, desde os cuidados de saúde, à educação, ao serviço social e tantas outras, sabem por experiência profissional também como a questão das redes sociais hoje cria problemas bastante graves e cria problemas em todas as gerações. Nós vamos focar-nos na mais jovem, naquela que está em formação, naquela que é o futuro do nosso país e que nos merece aqui, obviamente, particular atenção. O Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida começou a trabalhar com o Comitê de Bioética de Espanha nesta temática em fevereiro de 2025. O trabalho entre uma equipa grande é sempre um pouco mais moroso. E foi como aqui já foi dito também no início, às vezes, quando chegamos ao fim, já muita coisa entretanto se passou. E o mesmo se verificou também com este trabalho. Os Conselhos Nacionais de Ética têm efetivamente que conseguir, com o mesmo nível de qualidade dos seus trabalhos, agilizá-los para se tornarem mais pertinentes na transformação social, que é efetivamente um dos nossos desideratos. Mas dizendo isto, foi um trabalho muito intenso, um trabalho longo e muito intenso, claro, com muitos desafios. E o que podemos desde já dizer é que acordámos desde o início que a questão do impacto do uso excessivo das tecnologias digitais nas crianças e adolescentes não se pode reduzir àquela postura simplista de proibir. Proibir é uma das alternativas possíveis, ainda que sob critérios que têm eles próprios que ser discutidos, mas não deixa de ser também problemática, porque a proibição vem também com a interdição de benefícios que são igualmente trazidos pelo acesso às redes digitais. Por isso a questão não é tão simples como por vezes aparece na comunicação social. É bom percebermos que a questão é extraordinariamente complexa. Sendo complexa, exige uma panóplia de abordagens, uma articulação nessa panóplia de abordagens convergentes para aquilo que é efetivamente o objetivo, o poder navegar num mundo digital de forma segura. O relatório, já vão ter, o relatório já está, efetivamente, foi colocado hoje de manhã no nosso site e por isso hoje, se quiserem ir acompanhando a apresentação e discussão do relatório e das discussões das recomendações, já têm acesso ao mesmo. Ele é extenso, dizia eu, tem uma primeira parte introdutória sobre tecnologias e sociedade, uma muito focada nas questões relativas à saúde, porque é o perfil dos nossos Conselhos Nacionais de Ética, e depois um forte trabalho sobre enquadramento ético-legal, com quadros comparativos sobre aquilo que se passa entre Portugal e Espanha e também com informação sobre o que se passa no resto do mundo. E posto isto, sem mais demoras, eu vou dar a palavra aos relatores. Quem está ali são, efetivamente, os relatores. E os relatores vão falar, cada um, expor de uma forma bastante breve. Eu vou dar 3 minutos a cada um para expor cada um dos tópicos que nós aqui temos. Isto é, depois do relatório nós temos recomendações e as recomendações são dirigidas a diferentes partes interessadas. Porque não vale a pena escrever recomendações sem as direcionar para um público específico, porque depois é tal coisa, estão ali recomendações, mas ou não as leem ou então não é comigo. Ora, aqui estão identificadas as pessoas a quem se dirigem cada uma destas recomendações. E, sem mais demoras, eu vou passar a palavra ao professor André Dias Pereira, esperando pela passagem do slide também, e ele vai falar precisamente sobre as recomendações que nós dirigimos ao Estado nesta matéria.
Muito bom dia. Primeiro, uma correção. A senhora Presidente, professora Maria do Céu Patrão Neves, também é, e de que forma, relatora intensíssima do relatório e das recomendações. Mas, enfim, avançando para o Estado, que, como viram, é um dos atores que vai aqui ser referido e que me vai demorar, de facto, os 3 minutos todos, porque é aquele a quem imputamos muitas responsabilidades e designadamente ao Estado legislador. E, portanto, também cumprimentamos aqui os senhores deputados presentes, porque é exatamente a eles que nos pretendemos dirigir. Propomos para Portugal e para a Espanha, cada um, obviamente, no seu Parlamento, a criação de uma lei de saúde digital infanto-juvenil que preveja um conjunto de regras básicas. A regulamentação atualizada e permanente da indústria tecnológica, limitando, proibindo características nocivas como o scroll infinito e também promover a proteção da privacidade dos menores. Em segundo lugar, essa lei deve levar à obrigatoriedade de arquiteturas saudáveis dos dispositivos digitais, designadamente tendo botão de pausa, tempo limite diário em função da idade do utilizador, avisos visuais. Em terceiro lugar, uma proibição geral de funcionalidades aditivas, pelo menos até aos 16 anos. Designadamente os mecanismos de recompensa, como o sistema de gostos, de likes, que se tornam muito aditivos, a reprodução automática de conteúdos, o scroll infinita, a gamificação e, sobretudo, muita atenção e muita proibição que esta futura lei deve prever de conteúdos violentos na área do terrorismo, do tráfico de pessoas, do racismo, da xenofobia, da misoginia, da homofobia, do assédio afetivo, do assédio sexual, bem como proibição muito clara de intervenções de pornografia, jogos de fortuna ou azar, designadamente até aos 18 anos, seguindo assim a lei geral do país, também no mundo da internet, incluindo a proibição de criação de avatares sexualizados ou avatares violentos, portanto até aos 18 anos. Em terceiro ou quarto lugar, esta lei deve exigir a classificação de apps e de jogos digitais com uma sinalética clara, enfim, semelhante ao que se faz já na área da alimentação e na área também, por exemplo, dos filmes. Em quinto lugar, uma restrição do uso de redes sociais por crianças e adolescentes em espaços públicos, sobretudo na área de atividades infanto-juvenis coletivas, as escolas, espaços esportivos ou culturais e cuidados de saúde. E, associado a isto também, um controlo efetivo por parte dos titulares das responsabilidades parentais, da utilização de redes sociais e outras aplicações para os quais se exija uma idade mínima, através do controle parental até aos 16 anos, respeitando a autonomia progressiva da criança e do adolescente. Ora, isto só pode ser feito com mecanismos de autenticação idóneos que a tecnologia já está a desenvolver e que tem alguma complexidade jurídica, mas que esta lei deve enfrentar. Tudo isto também com outras regras de apoio a mecanismos de denúncia, linhas de apoio e também a tal dimensão positiva, ou seja, o Estado não deve apenas regular e proibir, dentro destes limites proporcionais que aqui nos entendemos apresentar, mas sobretudo também com campanhas nacionais através de um uso ético e responsável de tecnologias digitais. Ainda outra nota, proibição de publicidade dirigida a menores de 18 anos, em linha com o Código da Publicidade, no fundo trazer para o mundo da internet aquilo que já existe na legislação do Código da Publicidade, sobretudo tendo em conta os problemas já referidos da pornografia e da violência. Finalmente, o Estado deve monitorizar a inovação digital e a avaliação regular na área da saúde digital infanto-juvenil e fazendo esta fiscalização eficaz através, efetivamente, das entidades responsáveis pelo desenho, disponibilização, intermediação e gestão das plataformas. No fundo, aquilo que Andrea Renda falava, que os providers têm-se tido por, enfim, não responsáveis, temos que mudar realmente a ideia e aqueles que de facto disponibilizam conteúdos devem também ser chamados à responsabilidade em ordem a proteger a saúde das crianças e dos adolescentes. Finalmente, uma ideia forte que é promover uma rede social digital financiada por fundos públicos, que reforce valores da Carta dos Direitos Fundamentais da União Europeia, que apoie a produção de conteúdos digitais eticamente orientados e que promovam a equidade digital. Seriam estas as linhas de força muito densas já que propomos ao legislador português e ao legislador espanhol.
Sim, faz bem em sublinhar este aspecto. Estas recomendações são recomendações para Portugal e Espanha. São recomendações aprovadas pelos dois conselhos e, por isso, acreditamos que bastante mais fortes. As obrigações para o Estado são obviamente bastante mais extensas do que aquelas que seguem, mas não dispensamos as outras partes interessadas de assumirem também as suas responsabilidades. E sem mais, passo a palavra ao Juan Carlos, que é o presidente, já foi apresentado, o presidente do Comitê de Bioética de Espanha, e ele vai incidir sobre a questão das empresas. Castellano, pero despacio.
Muchas gracias. La verdad es que vamos a hacer la exposición como redactamos el documento, porque los compañeros de Portugal lo redactaban en portugués, nosotros en español, y entendíamos perfectamente lo que los otros estaban escribiendo. Bien, en el caso de las recomendaciones para las empresas, es un ámbito fundamentalísimo, porque tenemos que preguntarnos cuál es el sentido que legitima una actividad social cuando nosotros estamos trabajando sobre ética. Cuando hablamos, ¿para qué tenemos médicos? Pues para prevenir enfermedades y lesiones, para aliviar dolor y sufrimiento, para curar, para cuidar. Son las metas de la medicina. Y cada actividad tiene que preguntarse por sus metas. Y en el caso de las empresas tecnológicas, ¿para qué están ustedes? ¿Qué servicio? Tienen que ofrecer un servicio, para que tenga sentido, tiene que ser de calidad y con justicia, y además que sea una necesidad social. El problema que detectamos es que demasiado a menudo percibimos que el fin de la actividad no está claro y lo que está claro es el bien externo, el ganar dinero, ¿no? Lo que se obtiene con aquel servicio que están ofreciendo. Y es algo que nosotros tenemos que revisar, porque detectamos que en ocasiones estas empresas tecnológicas están introduciendo algoritmos y están introduciendo técnicas que el objetivo que buscan es mantener a los niños y a los jóvenes el máximo tiempo posible frente a las pantallas. Y esto no es algo que la sociedad necesite, eso no es el servicio que ofrecen, eso lo hacen por un interés privado de monetarizar finalmente todos esos datos que obtienen de nuestra población, porque todo eso realmente es un gran tesoro, los datos, y cuanto más tiempo están las personas en Internet, cuanto más tiempo están frente a las pantallas, más datos obtienen que luego pueden vender a otras entidades. Esto es algo que nosotros tenemos que revisar, esa visión. Eso no es una actitud ética por parte de una empresa. La actitud ética es que si sirven para, hoy estuvimos diciéndolo, pueden servir para la conexión, para la comunicación, para intercambiar conocimientos, para la educación, pero esas finalidades pueden ser valiosas, son valiosas, pero las otras son las que debemos ir con cuidado. Y para eso es necesario pues, regular ese uso de los datos, regular la privacidad que finalmente está también en peligro, porque se busca realmente saber cosas de las personas que ni las personas mismas son conscientes que están dando a esas empresas. Es un peligro también para la soberanía europea que estos datos estén bajo control de multinacionales que no están radicadas finalmente en Europa. Y en ese sentido, la idea de generar redes que sean de ámbito europeo o incluso con el apoyo público, pues es una línea muy interesante. Hay que detectar, las empresas tienen que detectar situaciones de riesgo, porque tienen que ser cuidadosas con lo que está ocurriendo a sus clientes. Si realmente son empresas éticas, tienen que atender al producto, que el producto sea de calidad, pero también qué está ocurriendo a sus clientes, qué está ocurriendo a sus usuarios es fundamental. Y tiene que preocuparles las situaciones de riesgo, los contactos sospechosos, el contenido violento o sexualmente explícito, las situaciones de acoso. Las empresas tienen que ser capaces de controlar si se está produciendo ciberacoso dentro de su entorno y poner las herramientas para impedirlo. No explotar la vulnerabilidad de las personas que se encuentran, especialmente en el caso de los niños y jóvenes, por el proceso de desarrollo mental, el cerebro, etcétera, la situación de vulnerabilidad. Hay que fortalecer la accesibilidad con seguridad. Y fomentar el diálogo con expertos en salud, en educación, en ética de la inteligencia artificial, ingenieros, ingenieras. Es decir, las empresas han de ver
han de dialogar con los diversos grupos de afectados y los diversos profesionales que pueden ayudarles a detectar los problemas éticos que se están produciendo y realmente ofrecer un servicio que la sociedad necesite. Muy bien, pues que el diseño sea más ético, que se expliquen los algoritmos y atender a la responsabilidad social corporativa son también elementos importantes para las empresas.
O nosso objetivo é aqui, sobretudo, estimular o vosso interesse para ir ver as recomendações. Por vezes somos muito benevolentes em relação às empresas e a responsabilidade social é hoje uma exigência que a sociedade tem que colocar em todas as empresas e também aquelas que nós conhecemos como Big Data. E agora, para continuarmos com toda esta enunciação de recomendações muito específicas para cada um, Estado, empresas, e agora vamos passar para organizações de diferentes perfis e, se me permitis, com particular destaque àquelas que são as organizações de saúde, prestadores de cuidados de saúde. E para tal vamos ter Isolina Galán, que é vice-presidente do Comitê de Bioética de Espanha. Se faz favor.
Muchas gracias. El entorno digital también es un tema de salud, educación y protección de la infancia. Por ello, la primera idea clave es formar a los profesionales, pediatras, enfermeras, psicólogos, trabajadores sociales o educadores sociales. Cada vez vemos más situaciones relacionadas con el mundo digital, problemas de sueño, aislamiento, ansiedad o exposición a riesgos en redes. Por eso se propone capacitar a los profesionales para detectar precozmente conductas de riesgo y contar con redes de referencia claras para saber cómo actuar cuando aparece un problema. La segunda recomendación es desarrollar protocolos de intervención. Al igual que existen guías para tratar enfermedades o para prevenir enfermedades, también necesitamos orientaciones para abordar el uso problemático de los entornos digitales. Esto incluye tanto la atención clínica como la intervención social y también la difusión de materiales fiables que ayuden a las familias y profesionales a comprender mejor el problema. El tercer punto insiste en algo fundamental, la coordinación. El uso problemático de la tecnología no suele detectarse en un único lugar. Puede ser en la consulta de pediatría, puede ser en la escuela, puede ser en casa. Por lo tanto, tenemos que fortalecer la colaboración para poder identificar esas situaciones. Y la última recomendación que señalamos es la responsabilidad compartida, porque el uso saludable de la tecnología digital no depende solo de la infancia y la adolescencia. Todos tenemos un papel en prevenir un uso adecuado y proteger aspectos esenciales de la salud, como el sueño, la actividad física, el bienestar emocional y las relaciones sociales. Proteger su salud es ayudarles a crecer en un entorno digital más seguro e equilibrado.
E porque temos aqui tantos profissionais de saúde, claramente já começaram a ver que as recomendações vão direitas a cada um. Aliás, as responsabilidades são sempre proporcionais aos poderes de cada um. E por isso basta olharmos para o poder que cada um tem para perceber qual é a responsabilidade que deve também desempenhar. E das organizações passamos agora para a sociedade civil, da qual todos fazemos parte. André?
É verdade, como diz o conhecido ditado, é preciso uma aldeia inteira para educar uma criança. E, de facto, primeiro alertar o público, nós estamos a falar de crianças e adolescentes. Embora a seguir tenhamos o contributo muito favorável, muito importante de jovens adultos que aqui estão e que agradecemos muito a sua presença, convém perceber que nós estamos a falar para crianças e adolescentes, até aos 14, 15, 16 anos ali no limite. A partir dos 16 é toda uma outra conversa. Mas para educar uma criança é preciso uma aldeia, também na internet. E por isso, todos nós da aldeia que queremos reconstituir, nas nossas sociedades são fraturadas, temos que incentivar os influencers e outros criadores profissionais de conteúdos digitais para que tenham um código de conduta na sua relação com crianças e adolescentes, respeitando os direitos humanos e promover os valores éticos contra o racismo, contra a misoginia, contra a homofobia. Nós todos, na nossa aldeia, temos que criar centros locais de literacia digital familiar, reativar as bibliotecas, as escolas, centros de saúde, com oficinas interagencionais para pais, cuidadores, crianças e adolescentes, para que as famílias, que falaremos a seguir, também aprendam a lidar com o mundo digital e com as crianças possam desenvolver a autonomia digital. Em terceiro lugar, a sociedade, todos nós, temos o dever de participar nas consultas públicas, nos inquéritos, que às vezes nós recebemos. Há um dever de participar em toda a experimentação em seres humanos, que é outra questão, mas também de responder a inquéritos sociológicos, de estudo social, que são promovidos por ministérios da educação, da saúde, por instituições europeias, e, portanto, nós também temos que nos empenhar no estudo do que o digital está a fazer às nossas crianças. Finalmente, a aldeia, a sociedade civil, tem que promover a inclusão digital de comunidades subrepresentadas, promovendo o acesso a ambientes digitais seguros, diversificados, acessíveis e multilingües.
E passamos agora à escola. A escola é, de facto, o setor que tem estado mais presente na comunicação social. Mas percebem que, por mais importante que seja, está dentro de todo um conjunto de partes interessadas que têm que cumprir o seu dever. E, de facto, aquilo para que todos lutamos só será conseguido se cada uma destas partes interessadas cumprir o seu dever. Qual é o da escola, Juan Carlos?
El papel de la escuela es muy importante, pero fíjense que los estudios que se están realizando en los últimos años nos dicen que los niños, tanto los de 7 a 11 años como los de 12 a 16 años, ya están pasando muchísimo más tiempo delante de las pantallas que delante de sus profesores y profesoras en los colegios. Ya superan al año en muchísimo más tiempo el que están delante de las pantallas. Esto es muy importante porque a través de esas pantallas están recibiendo información, están recibiendo valores que pueden ser positivos o no tan positivos, están recibiendo a veces información falsa y en ocasiones ciberacoso. Es importante que al menos en el tiempo que estén en la escuela se traten también estos temas. Por tanto, hay que tratar temas como, por ejemplo, las noticias falsas. En Internet circulan con muchísima mayor velocidad y se comparten hasta 6 veces más las noticias falsas que las verdaderas. Y se comparten más porque son emocionalmente más impactantes. Generan enfado o generan risa y entonces todo lo que genera emociones es más fácilmente compartible. Pero es un peligro que nuestros niños y nuestros jóvenes estén compartiendo noticias falsas sin tener la capacidad de evaluarlas. Eso se tiene que tratar en las escuelas. También los nuevos espacios de ciberacoso. Antes los niños recibían acoso en el entorno escolar, ahora están en su casa, en su habitación, están solos por la noche, encienden el móvil y encuentran mensajes también que les pueden hacer daño. Esto hay que tratarlo en los colegios. También para ello habrá que formar al profesorado. Si el profesorado no entiende, no reflexiona, no analiza bien este problema, no lo podrá comunicar bien a sus estudiantes. Por tanto, la formación del profesorado. Crear también clubs que llamamos offline, es decir, en los propios colegios, que haya compañeros que se reúnan y hagan actividades al aire libre, etcétera, y a la vez reflexionen en esos espacios offline sobre lo que está pasando online. Y, por último, regular el uso de móviles dentro de los colegios y las escuelas. Hay que saber en esos reglamentos que se van estableciendo cuál va a ser el uso adecuado de los móviles dentro de las escuelas.
De facto, como eu dizia antes, é o que tem estado mais nas primeiras páginas de jornais, não é o único aspecto, mas não podemos esquecer que as medidas que foram tomadas em Portugal já existem alguns estudos muito preliminares, é verdade, mas que apontam precisamente num crescimento da interação social, da atividade física, a partir do momento em que se começa a reduzir, de facto, a exposição digital no contexto escolar. Mas não é só, continuamos aqui com as partes interessadas e, indubitavelmente, uma das grandes partes interessadas é a família. A família que nós esperamos sempre que seja o berço infinito da criança desde que nasce até sempre. Levinas diz que a nossa responsabilidade pelos filhos nunca termina. Eu penso que ele tem total razão. Só que o que é que se passa com esse berço que é a família? E agora temos a Carmen, que é uma das relatoras do Comitê de Bioética de Espanha deste mesmo relatório. O que se passa com a família?
Muchas gracias. Buen día. Yo soy de Barcelona y también decimos bon día, igual, mismas palabras, soy catalana. A ver, la familia es importante porque los niños, niñas y adolescentes pasan muchas horas en casa, más que en la escuela muchas veces, sobre todo los más pequeños y las más pequeñas. Por lo tanto, la familia es clave como un entorno para promocionar todos estos aspectos que se han ido comentando. Las recomendaciones hacen tres principales. La primera, la alfabetización digital. Como padres, madres o progenitores de una unidad familiar o de una unidad de convivencia, no hemos sido preparadas para estos temas. La mayoría no hemos sido preparadas para estos temas. Por lo tanto, es muy importante la alfabetización y que los progenitores aprendan a entender qué es lo que pasa con la digitalización, tanto los beneficios como los riesgos. Esta es la primera recomendación, conocer. La segunda es comunicarnos con nuestros niños, niñas y adolescentes que tenemos en casa, poder comunicarnos para explicar los beneficios y riesgos, siempre manteniendo la autonomía de los menores, tal como se ha comentado. Hay una serie de normas en las recomendaciones, yo solo voy a decir tres dentro de esta comunicación. Una es definir horarios, ponerse de acuerdo en horarios, cuánto rato vas a estar delante del móvil. Esto es importante. Y supervisar y monitorizar que esto se cumple, porque a veces las horas, ya se ha comentado, están muchas horas delante de los móviles o de las computadoras y esto es necesario supervisarlo y monitorizarlo. Por lo tanto, pactar horarios y conocer qué es lo que está pasando. El control parental es una alternativa, pero no es la única. Y lo otro que quería comentar es, ya se ha dicho también, el ocio saludable. Intentar que se entienda bien que hay otras maneras de poder pasar el tiempo de ocio, que es haciendo, por ejemplo, actividad física o yendo a otras actividades que no están relacionadas solo con la tecnología. Y ya voy por el tercer ejemplo, por la tercera recomendación. La primera, alfabetización, la segunda, comunicación y normas, y la tercera es el comportamiento que tenemos las personas mayores, como padres, madres o otras personas progenitoras. Porque si nosotros estamos muchas horas delante de la tecnología, ¿qué es lo que estamos enseñando? Por lo tanto, es muy importante que nosotros también aprendamos a comportarnos en los horarios. Por ejemplo, en la comida, no estar delante del móvil. ¿Cuántos de vosotros lo habéis visto esto? O en casa, estando delante del móvil las personas mayores, porque entonces, si no damos ejemplo, seguro que es imposible que nuestros menores sigan nuestras recomendaciones. Muchas gracias.
Nós é que agradecemos, de facto, estamos, à medida que avançamos nestas recomendações, estamos cada vez mais, todos nós aqui desta sala, comprometidos. E quando julgávamos que tínhamos chegado ao fim, não. Ainda falta mais uma parte interessada. E esta parte interessada são os próprios jovens, que são, de facto, os principais interessados. E deixo as palavras sobre aquilo que recomendamos aos jovens que nos leiam, aos pais e educadores que leiam e passem a mensagem. Deixo à nossa conselheira Paula Pinto Freitas.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Bom dia a todos e a todas. Eu depois de termos ouvido todos os parceiros de mesa, eu fiquei com a tarefa bem facilitada, o que me permitiu funcionar num registro que também é o meu. Eu, para além de ser pedopsiquiatra, sou psicanalista. Gostamos muito da associação livre. E daí que eu tenha decidido que nesta comunicação fazê-lo de uma forma mais livre. E então peguei em duas coisas muito recentes, publicadas num jornal de referência, e que foram notícias que eu penso que foram lidas por muitos portugueses. E que foram fruto, penso eu, de trabalho jornalístico e não de inteligência artificial, o que também me merece um respeito especial. Uma das notícias foi publicada no domingo e era influenciadores nas escolas a convite das listas candidatas à Associação de Estudantes. Ou seja, os candidatos, as crianças, os jovens candidatos às associações de estudantes convidavam influenciadores para irem promover as suas listas às escolas. As direções das escolas autorizavam, porque era uma iniciativa da Associação de Estudantes, há que respeitar também a autonomia das crianças e a capacidade de iniciativa das mesmas, e aí iam os influenciadores às escolas. Entretanto, os zunzuns começavam a correr nas escolas. Zunzuns esses lançados por quem? Não era pelos mais velhos, não era pelos 16, 17 anos, era pelas crianças de 10, 11, 12 anos que, curiosamente, consultavam os seus smartphones e iam ver quem eram os influenciadores. E descobriam conteúdos sexualizados, que eu acho que eles nem percebiam muito bem. O que é que percebiam que era uma coisa proibida? Não sei se percebiam integralmente o que é que se estava a falar. Mas os influencers tinham sido autorizados e foram às escolas. Segundo este artigo publicado, isto ocorreu em 79 escolas de norte a sul de Portugal. E, portanto, era qualquer coisa relativamente à qual eu queria chamar a vossa atenção. E chamar a vossa atenção, por um lado, para o papel que a escola tem, para o papel que os educadores têm, mas, eventualmente, também para a falta de informação, a falta de literacia digital, que também os educadores têm, não é? E, simultaneamente, uma participação ativa da parte dos jovens, curiosamente dos mais novos, que sinalizaram situações. Bom, isto leva-me a uma outra questão, que é, isto faz-me lembrar um contributo muito antigo, de um senhor que se chamava Ferenczi. Ferenczi era o enfant terrible da psicanálise que ousou desafiar o mestre, o pai Freud. Ora bom, e o Ferenczi publicou qualquer coisa que era muito interessante e que se chamava confusão de línguas. O que é isto de confusão de línguas? É qualquer coisa que fala sobre a dificuldade de comunicação entre a linguagem do adulto e a linguagem da criança. A linguagem do adulto que ele caracterizou como a linguagem da paixão e a linguagem da criança como a linguagem da ternura. Bom, isto é só para refletirmos. Só para acabar, uma segunda notícia também dos nossos jornais. Esta última que eu penso que contém algo de solução e a mim me deixa extremamente esperançosa, e que é o direito a rua serve para brincar. Ora, a rua serve para brincar é mais um artigo jornalístico que foi buscar o quê? Foi a bairros de Lisboa em que tinham realojado, só um minuto, tinham realojado famílias que provinham de barracas degradadas. E quando foram para estas casas com melhores condições, ficaram assustados. Porquê? Tinham perdido a possibilidade de brincar na rua, tinham perdido a possibilidade de se juntar nas associações de bairro. Vai daí. Fizeram associações, fizeram coletivos, pegaram em espaços verdes e fizeram aí parques infantis e isto iniciou-se em 2010 e já tem transmissibilidade de geração em geração. Os filhos destes jovens que mudaram para estes novos bairros estão a continuar esta iniciativa do brincar na rua. Ou seja, o brincar na rua, a atividade física, como os meus colegas muito bem chamaram a atenção, como contraponto às atividades digitais e aos estarmos focados no computador e no telemóvel.
Nós estamos quase a ir brincar para a rua também, ou pelo menos ir brincar ali para o jardim, mas, no entretanto, queria-vos dizer que, para além do trabalho que os relatores que aqui estão fizeram, e vejam que apenas têm na vossa frente, no ecrã, um resumo das várias recomendações, para além deste trabalho, eu tenho um gosto enorme de dizer que nós contamos também para este trabalho com a colaboração da Associação Nacional de Juventude, da Mirabilis e da Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina. O que é que fizemos? Quando já estávamos numa fase bastante avançada de elaboração do trabalho, nós disponibilizámos-lo a estas três entidades, nós pedimos a estas três entidades que lessem, que pensassem, que nos mandassem alguns contributos. E isto significa, de facto, o trabalho que os Conselhos Nacionais de Ética têm que fazer, não apenas fechados em si mesmo, muitas vezes fazemos audições a especialistas, temos outras iniciativas e temos também os principais interessados, ou as gerações mais jovens, ou associações que trabalham nesta área para trabalhar em conjunto connosco. E por isso eu agora queria chamar o Henrique Silva, que é o representante do Conselho Nacional de Juventude, para nos dizer um pouco, leu o trabalho, o que é que pensou, que tem perguntas para nos colocar, o que é que faltou, e muito obrigada por ter participado neste trabalho do Conselho Nacional de Ética português e espanhol.
Claro que sim. Muito bom dia a todos. Desde já... mais alto, ok.
Mais próximo.
Pronto, muito obrigado também pelo convite e pela oportunidade de fazer parte de um documento e de uma temática tão relevante também na vida de jovens. Vamos lembrar-nos que são a faixa etária que muito provavelmente é a mais afetada também por problemas que foram aqui expostos pela dependência, pelo cyberbullying, também muitas vezes tem afetado os jovens nas escolas do ensino secundário, do ensino básico. E é mesmo isto que eu também queria referir. E não apresento propriamente questões, porque tive também a oportunidade previamente de as colocar e de apresentar algumas propostas, mas apresento propostas também, apresento desafios. E dito isto, é para mim também um motivo de genuína satisfação ver reflexões desta natureza serem colocadas em cima da mesa e com a seriedade, profundidade e sentido de responsabilidade que este tema claramente exige. Faço uma menção específica aos jovens na minha intervenção, lá está, não apenas por ser jovem, por fazer parte da direção do CNJ, mas especialmente porque, como referi, os jovens atualmente que nasceram na era digital, que vivem na progressão da era digital, são realmente os mais afetados por estes riscos e obstáculos que são colocados diariamente à frente da vida destes jovens. Mas estes mesmos jovens têm a vontade de expor estas situações, de traçar um caminho em conjunto com a tutela, com os decisores políticos, com os peritos e instituições especializadas. E o trabalho que nós temos vindo a desenvolver no Conselho Nacional de Juventude é mesmo este. É um trabalho agregador e que é profundamente sinérgico com iniciativas como esta. Acreditamos firmemente que desenvolvimento de políticas públicas que sejam eficazes, devem assentar também num diálogo contínuo entre as instituições, e isto foi muito refletido também no documento que apresentaram, o que nos deixou também bastante felizes, digamos, e naturalmente também dos próprios jovens. De nossa parte, haverá sempre total disponibilidade para colaborar em matérias que dizem diretamente respeito aos jovens portugueses, bem como naquelas que se relacionam também com o reconhecimento do direito dos jovens a um futuro digno, sustentável e repleto de oportunidades, que é isto que nós queremos para os jovens do presente e para os adultos do futuro. Que este parecer possa servir não apenas como documento de reflexão, mas como um verdadeiro instrumento de mudança, contribuindo para um ecossistema digital mais seguro, saudável e capacitado para os jovens em Portugal e no mundo. Há medidas com caráter estratégico, e agora permitam-me só referenciar uma medida que, a meu ver, foi essencial também na elaboração do nosso parecer, também ao parecer, que é exatamente a medida que visa apresentar um impacto direto em formato também de política pública na prevenção e promoção do bem-estar relativamente a comportamentos de risco, onde a formação de profissionais de saúde e profissionais da área social é certamente essencial à detecção precoce destes mesmos comportamentos. E aí depois deixo a bola também aqui para o meu colega da Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina. E para finalizar a minha intervenção, também para não tirar mais tempo, gostaria de deixar um pedido, e aqui lanço então o desafio, que possamos trabalhar em conjunto e dar continuidade a esta discussão, assegurando que a evolução tecnológica gera oportunidades em vez de obstáculos e riscos para os jovens do presente e para os adultos do amanhã. Muito obrigado e, de novo, agradeço bastante a oportunidade de intervenção.
E agora temos mais, já anunciei, a Mirabilis, que algumas pessoas ainda não conhecem. A Mirabilis é uma associação cívica que se constituiu recentemente e que está profundamente dedicada à literacia, à educação de educadores, de familiares, para os riscos da exposição excessiva aos ecrãs. Por isso, havendo uma associação cívica com este desígnio em Portugal, tinha que estar, obviamente, envolvida. Eu dou a palavra à doutora Mariana Norton Reis para dizer qual foi a sua experiência nesta interação que nós tivemos.
Muito obrigada, excelentíssimos senhores. Muito obrigada pelo convite para estarmos aqui hoje. Se calhar faço esta viragem para poder incluir todos. A tecnologia é de facto fascinante, aliás, como foi bastante reforçado nesta manhã. Precisamos dela para reduzir os obstáculos, promover inovação. Vimos exemplos únicos ligados à saúde, à educação, o potencial que tem toda a inteligência artificial, tudo o que está para vir ainda e não conhecemos. Embora, quando se trata da relação das crianças e jovens com todo este mundo, precisamos de um olhar muito cuidadoso. A Associação Mirabilis nasceu de uma constatação empírica e dolorosa. As nossas crianças e adolescentes estão a navegar sem bússola num oceano digital desenhado por gigantes cujo único objetivo é o lucro, como foi aqui referido. Parecia-nos impossível àquela data amparar o vento com as mãos. Ainda assim, sentimos a urgência de atuar. O que começou por uma missão de capacitação familiar revelou-se rapidamente uma questão de ecologia social e ética fundamental para o nosso país. Percebemos que sem a arquitetura da lei e o compromisso dos decisores políticos, as famílias travam uma batalha assimétrica contra um colosso tecnológico que não prioriza o desenvolvimento humano, mas sim a captura da atenção. Com o apoio de uma excelente e sólida equipa científica aqui presente, fomos para o terreno, de norte a sul, para as ilhas, capacitar com base em ciência, sempre com base em ciência, nos últimos estudos, pais, educadores, professores, crianças e os próprios jovens sobre o impacto do uso precoce e excessivo dos ecrãs na saúde e na educação. Deparamo-nos com professores exaustos e desamparados a lidar com crianças e jovens atordoados. Pais de todos os estratos sociais e nível literário, de formação académica, estupefactos com os estudos que lhes apresentamos, que apontam para o uso excessivo dos ecrãs de crianças e jovens, mas sem eles próprios com tempo ou energia para controlar o seu próprio tempo de ecrã ou dos filhos, ou até para instalar simples controles parentais, sem a menor ideia da quantidade de pornografia que circula pelos olhos dos filhos desde muito cedo, sem se aperceberem que os comportamentos violentos que os filhos têm habitualmente poderá estar ligado às horas infindáveis de jogo online com atiradores na primeira pessoa ou à participação em chats onde a linguagem é também violenta e os riscos de contacto com predadores são reais. Os pais deparam-se nas nossas sessões com uma obviosidade. Têm que ser eles os modelos para os seus próprios filhos. Deparamos-nos com crianças do primeiro ciclo até aos jovens universitários a darem-se conta que, de facto, algo não está bem nas suas vidas quando os tempos livres são enterrados nos ecrãs sem viverem a liberdade de se maravilharem com a vida fora deles. Assistimos a gritos de ajuda de crianças de 8 anos com medo daquelas imagens que não lhes saem mais da cabeça. Ou jovens mais velhos a darem-se conta que já tentaram, mas não conseguem parar de jogar. Ou ainda adolescentes comovidas quando as confrontamos com os efeitos devastadores das redes sociais e sobre que serão aqueles valores que recebem dos amigos virtuais ou dos influencers e que tanto os afastam das famílias, que seriam os principais, falou-se aqui, as principais pessoas que lhes deveriam transmitir os valores e as vinculações seguras. As crianças e jovens, quando bem capacitados com base de neurociência e entendimento sobre o design ultra persuasivo destes ecrãs, não demoram em concordar. Smartphones, apps com scroll infinito e videojogos violentos não deviam fazer parte das suas vidas, muitas vezes já ansiosas, desta forma tão absorvente e desregulada, que lhes retira a liberdade aos bem chamados tempos livres, tão necessários para o crescimento como pessoa. Temos esperança. Acreditamos, em paralelo com a existência de legislação, na reversão de comportamentos através do diálogo informado e capaz entre os 3 vetores, pais, professores e alunos. O documento hoje aqui apresentado deixa claríssimo que a exposição precoce e excessiva a ecrãs compromete a saúde mental e o desenvolvimento emocional. Estudos de neurociência por todo o mundo atestam-no, aliás. Estamos a assistir passivamente à deterioração de cérebros em construção. Há que fazer um travão a fundo e este documento, muito obrigada por ele, é um bom acelerador para a nossa realidade em Portugal e em Espanha. É imperativo que todos, pais e educadores, as próprias crianças, decisores políticos, a sociedade em geral, estejam capacitados para o que nos está a acontecer na relação com a tecnologia, que nos últimos anos teve um desenvolvimento que nos apaixona e em que emergimos todos sem nos dar conta. E compreendamos a mecânica do sistema de recompensas do cérebro. Concretamente, que nos preocupemos com as crianças e adolescentes cujos cérebros estão em fase de desenvolvimento crucial. As grandes tecnológicas, ao capitalizarem sobre o ciclo do vício e a vulnerabilidade dopaminérgica da juventude, não estão apenas a vender um serviço, estão a cercear a liberdade de uma geração em formação. A ética nesta esfera deve ser o antídoto à servidão digital programada. Não podemos ignorar que o ciberespaço, no seu estado atual, é um território de riscos desmedidos. Do acesso facilitado a substâncias e jogos de azar, à exposição a estranhos e, mais recentemente, à interação desregulada com plataformas e companheiros de inteligência artificial. Ao permitirmos esta exposição sem controle, consentimos com a fragilização de uma coorte inteira. A exposição a situações não ajustadas ao estadio de desenvolvimento perturba e danifica a pessoa na fase de construção pessoal. Corremos o risco civilizacional de perder uma geração para patologias de saúde mental e física com custos humanos e sociais incalculáveis. A proteção da criança não é uma opção política, é um dever ontológico de qualquer sociedade que se pretenda justa. Concluo reiterando que, da experiência que nos é dada do contacto em contexto formativo, este documento será um bem inestimável de base para manuais de ação pragmática em todos os setores, como aqui foi exposto. A questão que nos une hoje não é apenas o que está errado, mas por onde começamos a reconstruir, e com rapidez, a segurança digital. Que a nossa ética seja ativa, regulatória e, acima de tudo, protetora do florescimento humano. Muito obrigada.
Agradeço mais uma vez a participação da Mirabilis e, por fim, temos o António Costa, que representa a ANEMA. A ANEMA é a Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina, com quem temos estado a trabalhar já há mais de um ano. E, por isso, agora a palavra aos estudantes de Medicina.
Obrigado. Bom dia a todos e queria primeiro agradecer a oportunidade também de intervir neste espaço. Em primeiro também saudar a reflexão que também conseguiram trazer da parte do painel, a abordagem a este parecer, que pronto, toda a gente consegue aceder ao mesmo, mas acho que a reflexão que também foi tida aqui e a forma como também foi abordado foi bastante importante para também se perceber efetivamente qual é o impacto efetivo que poderá ter este parecer no futuro. Pronto, em nome da Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina, é inegável que nós também reconhecemos o impacto que o surgimento destas novas tecnologias e da própria digitalização tem sortido na vida dos jovens. Tem trazido benefícios, como nós sabemos, e especificamente também para a nossa formação, mas efetivamente existem riscos e existem impactos negativos que muito bem podem ser acautelados com as propostas que estão neste parecer. Existem vários impactos no bem-estar dos jovens e das crianças, mas existem 3 ideias muito breves que gostaria de destacar e que também foram evidenciadas pela Associação Nacional de Estudantes de Medicina. Em primeiro lugar, também reconhecer a vulnerabilidade dos menores e também da autonomia progressiva que estes vão adquirindo ao longo do tempo. Muitas vezes estão expostos a estas arquiteturas digitais, muitas vezes não temos conhecimento, tal como foi abordado, da forma como são construídas e acabam muitas vezes por implicar na identidade e também no processo de construção cognitiva que estes jovens futuros adultos acabam por ter. Em segundo, também as desigualdades sociais que muitas vezes podem acontecer numa sociedade no geral. Muitas vezes o acesso, não apenas o acesso é desigual, mas também a supervisão e mesmo o acesso à literacia em digitalização também acaba por poder ser enviesado por estas questões socioeconómicas. E por fim, também destacar também de uma forma mais próxima o papel da formação, e não só apenas da formação médica, mas também dos profissionais de saúde como um todo, visto que não é apenas agora, mas também será cada vez mais no futuro, permite também promover esta formação e este reconhecimento de como abordar e como acautelar todos estes impactos a nível nacional, no futuro da vida dos jovens, pelo impacto excessivo também da utilização de plataformas digitais. Pronto, e posto isto, também só deixar aqui um último agradecimento e também parabenizar pelo impacto deste documento. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Muito obrigada a todos os intervenientes. Aproximamos de facto agora do encerramento deste nosso encontro. Permitam-me que, antes de encerrarmos formalmente e com uma intervenção que me causa também muita expectativa, antes de o fazermos, que agradeça aqui, em primeiro lugar, à Fundação Calouste Gulbenkian, na pessoa do seu presidente, o professor António Feijó, e também do seu operacional, sempre disponível para tudo, o Dr. Paulo Madruga, que tornou possível o nosso evento aqui. E quero também agradecer à equipa do Conselho, que nos bastidores, sempre mais discreta do que quem toma o palco, é de facto quem torna tudo isto possível. E, em primeiro lugar, à Margarida, que está algures por aí, está ali, é a nossa jovem responsável pelos Estados Gerais da Bioética. Já a seu lado, isto não mantém ordem, está a Ana, que é a nossa assessora de comunicação. Alguns, talvez, também na sala está a Joana e a Sara. A Sara está. A Joana e a Marisa estão... Joana? Não? Está atrás está escondida. Cá está nos bastidores. Mas, de facto, são elas que dão a possibilidade para nos termos aqui encontrado. Por isso, muito obrigada pelo aplauso que lhes dedicaram. E... Por fim, todos deverão ter conhecimento que existe um projeto-lei que estabelece medidas, um projeto-lei português, claro, porque estamos a falar de Portugal e Espanha, por isso é melhor dizer um projeto-lei português, que estabelece medidas de proteção de crianças em ambientes digitais, que foi já aprovada em plenário no passado mês de fevereiro. Entretanto, desceu à primeira comissão, ou seja, à Comissão Parlamentar de Assuntos Constitucionais, Direitos, Liberdades e Garantias, e nós hoje temos o enorme prazer de ter entre nós, para proceder a esta sessão de encerramento, o Sr. Deputado André Rijo, que é precisamente o Vice-Presidente da primeira Comissão Parlamentar. Sr. Deputado, é um grande prazer e uma grande expectativa ouvi-lo. Eu ainda vou tomar um minuto a vossa palavra. Senhor Deputado, estão aqui as recomendações... Muito bem. As recomendações do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida e do Comitê de Bioética de Espanha para estas matérias. Faça bom uso delas.
Muito obrigado. Bom, boa tarde, já é boa tarde em princípio. Quero começar pelo início, que é obviamente deixar-vos uma fraterna saudação e um cumprimento muito especial em nome daquela que é a primeira Comissão Parlamentar Permanente da Assembleia da República, que tem um nome que é também portador, ele, de uma enorme responsabilidade, porque é a Comissão que se dedica a tratar dos assuntos constitucionais, dos direitos, liberdades e garantias. Não é por acaso, talvez, que por isso mesmo seja a primeira Comissão Permanente da Assembleia da República. E, portanto, é um enorme gosto. Eu queria, obviamente, cumprimentar a Sra. Presidente do Conselho Nacional de Ética para as Ciências da Vida e, na sua pessoa, cumprimentar toda esta organização. Sei que têm feito um enorme trabalho ao longo destes meses, também naquilo que é a comemoração do 35º aniversário deste Conselho Nacional, que tão importante é para o país existir um Conselho Nacional que se dedique com seriedade, com profundidade, com tecnicidade e até com cientificidade a matérias tão relevantes para aquilo que é a nossa vida cotidiana e que é a nossa organização coletiva, também enquanto Estado português e enquanto comunidade que somos uns com os outros, e todos nós fazemos parte dessa comunidade e ninguém é dispensável enquanto comunidade. Queria, por isso, também estender este cumprimento à entidade congénere espanhola, que aqui também se encontra e que está presente e que participa ativamente neste seminário. Eu diria que é muito oportuno a realização deste seminário e aquilo que são as recomendações que a Sra. Presidente teve a amabilidade de deixar ao meu cuidado. Tenho agora uma enorme responsabilidade adicional de ser portador destas recomendações na Assembleia da República, mas falo-ei com sentido de missão e com todo o gosto. E ao vir para aqui, ao preparar-me para esta sessão de encerramento, que já agora muito me honra poder estar aqui convosco, verifiquei ontem que, uma nota mais particular, que o conceituado artista plástico português, o Vils, que foi selecionado, e muito bem, pelo Sr. Presidente da República, que é o alto patrocinador deste seminário, para produzir a obra que, no fundo, simboliza os 10 anos do seu mandato enquanto Presidente da República. Acho que foi muito feliz a escolha do Sr. Presidente da República e, sobretudo, o trabalho que o Vils pôde apresentar ontem no Museu da Presidência da República, não o vi ao vivo ainda, mas li nas notícias, é um trabalho que tem muito de inovador, que tem muito de disruptivo e que tem uma grande chamada de atenção para os dias que estamos a viver. De facto,
os 10 anos de mandato do Sr. Presidente da República, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, foram marcados por uma pandemia, por incêndios catastróficos no nosso país, foram marcados também por várias crises políticas e foram marcados também pela ascensão de uma direita populista que hoje tem uma representação parlamentar muito significativa e que não devemos ignorar. Obviamente, enquanto vice-presidente da primeira comissão, não vou tecer qualquer juízo de valor e todos os deputados têm a sua legitimidade própria, que é conferida através do voto popular. Mas o Vils chama-nos a atenção para o seguinte: estes 10 anos foram marcados por um profundo crescimento daquilo que é o mundo digital, mas, de facto, o trabalho jornalístico e os jornais que foram produzidos nestes 10 anos são uma marca de perenidade na nossa vida coletiva que o mundo digital não consegue, de alguma forma, conservar com esta consistência. E, portanto, é de facto uma boa chamada de atenção e, sobretudo, o Vils tem uma atitude que me marcou e sensibilizou. Foi, de facto, a circunstância de ele prescindir dos honorários contratados para a produção desse trabalho e, ao invés, o que ele propôs à Presidência da República, que aceitou, foi que o valor que lhe seria destinado a pagar o seu trabalho artístico fosse convertido em aquisição de obras artísticas de artistas em ascensão e em início de carreira. Isto revela empatia, revela generosidade e revela humanismo. E eu acho que são valores que na sociedade de hoje, mais do que nunca, muitos falam em soft skills, não é? Esta, de facto, é uma soft skill muito relevante. É a capacidade que o ser humano tem de se colocar na pele do outro, de calçar os sapatos do outro, sentir os problemas do outro como se fossem também seus e dar um modesto contributo para que a vida do outro seja um bocadinho melhor do que é neste momento. Eu acho que o Vils deu aqui um exemplo extraordinário que nós devíamos, obviamente, enaltecer e que eu aproveito esta oportunidade, até pela atualidade, de sinalizar aqui. Bom, eu acho que não vale a pena nós empregarmos muito esforço e muita energia a tentar parar aquilo que é imparável. Eu diria, a revolução tecnológica 4.0, como alguns lhe chamam, a digitalização e a inteligência artificial é um fenómeno imparável e em muitos segmentos da nossa vida em sociedade nós já não conseguimos viver sem esse fenómeno. E, portanto, acho que não vale a pena nós concentrarmos energias em parar aquilo que é imparável. E a tecnologia, em grande parte, é benéfica ao desenvolvimento e àquilo que é o aperfeiçoamento do ser humano enquanto ser humano. No entanto, não quer isto dizer que qualquer fenómeno social não deva ser orientado para um desígnio comum, que é a dignidade da pessoa humana. E, portanto, eu muitas vezes tinha conversas com o meu saudoso amigo e comendador Rui Nabeiro, que me dizia claramente o seguinte: a fronteira tem que ser estabelecida no seguinte ponto: a máquina tem que precisar sempre muito mais do humano do que o humano da máquina. Se nós passarmos essa fronteira, aí podemos começar a perder o desafio. E, portanto, acho que é uma forma simples, mas muito sábia, de estabelecermos uma fronteira. Eu diria que a política, os políticos e aquilo que é a expressão popular mais significativa da democracia, que é a produção legislativa, que ela decorre daquilo que são os representantes popularmente eleitos pelo povo na Assembleia da República, deve ou não deve entrar nestes domínios. Começo a chegar à conclusão, depois também de vos ouvir, que deve. Vamos por partes. A Sra. Presidente referiu aqui, há neste momento na Assembleia da República um projeto de lei. Tem o número 398/17ª, que é a legislatura que nós estamos em presença, que é a primeira sessão legislativa desta legislatura, quando deu entrada. A iniciativa, o grupo parlamentar que propôs esta iniciativa foi o grupo parlamentar do PSD. Ela teve uma discussão bastante significativa, diria até acesa, no debate na Generalidade que ocorreu no passado dia 12 de fevereiro. Esta iniciativa legislativa neste momento está no processo legislativo na especialidade, na primeira comissão, como a senhora Presidente aqui muito bem sinalizou, e já foram aprovadas inclusivamente audições a um conjunto significativo de entidades. Foi aprovado também a produção de um estudo de direito comparado sobre esta matéria, e há um convite que eu também gostaria de vos fazer, que é, independentemente das audições formais que existam na primeira comissão, naquilo que é a densificação do processo legislativo na especialidade, a sociedade civil pode e deve participar enviando contributos para a primeira comissão da Assembleia da República, e eu gostaria de aproveitar esta oportunidade para convidar-vos a poderem, se assim sentirem necessidade, a apresentar contributos. Este projeto de lei parte de uma premissa de que a ascensão das redes sociais, operada a um ritmo abrupto, sem preparação institucional, sem regulação adequada e sem consciência dos custos psicológicos, educativos, sociais e culturais, tem provocado efeitos adversos relevantes na saúde das crianças. Além disso, a iniciativa aponta a crescente exposição a conteúdos inadequados, ao bullying e, sobretudo, ao ciberbullying. Nas disposições preambulares da iniciativa, podemos verificar também algumas referências àquilo que outros países da União Europeia já estão a desenvolver nesta matéria. Nomeadamente, a Alemanha, em que já introduziu uma idade mínima para o consentimento fixada em 16 anos, Bélgica e Países Baixos, em que se optou por fixar em 13 anos, a França, em que foi aprovada a legislação em 2023 para a fixação desse estabelecimento dessa maioridade na era digital nos 15 anos de idade. Também o Parlamento Europeu está a acompanhar esta temática e, inclusivamente, no passado dia 26 de novembro de 2025, aprovou uma resolução sobre proteção de menores online, pedindo inclusivamente, ou recomendando aos 27 países da União Europeia, que a idade mínima para aceder às redes sociais sem consentimento dos pais seja de 16 anos de idade. A discussão deste projeto de lei está no campo entre aquilo que é, por um lado, regular direitos fundamentais, sim ou não. Por outro lado, gerir riscos que ameaçam os jovens e a sua presença nas redes sociais, em ambiente digital, e o que deve ser feito, com proporcionalidade. Pois bem, da resolução do Conselho do Parlamento Europeu é evidente um dado: 1 em cada 4 jovens da União Europeia revela uso disfuncional de smartphones, revela adição, alterações de atividade neuronal, conexão com problemas de saúde mental, criação de dependência em matéria de jogos e muito maior vulnerabilidade à manipulação no contexto das redes sociais. Um estudo da Harvard Medical School e do Hospital Psiquiátrico de Boston evidenciam perturbação do sono e da criatividade por uso excessivo e ausência de regulação. A Sociedade Portuguesa de Neuropediatria aponta para um aumento de sedentarismo, fadiga ocular, problemas de desenvolvimento motor, problemas na qualidade do sono, construção da ideação de inferioridade física perante os seus colegas. Por vezes, há uma dissonância geracional em muitos aspectos. A própria PSP produziu um dicionário de emojis para que os pais estejam mais atentos e consigam interpretar. Mas, efetivamente, a rápida evolução deste fenómeno digital convoca-nos a pensar que, de facto, o modo de socialização, de aprendizagem, de validação e construção da própria identidade, particularmente entre os mais jovens, em pouco mais de uma década, o espaço digital deixou de ser complementar para passar a ser praticamente estrutural. Perante este cenário, parece imperativo concluir que falar de soberania digital europeia é, antes de mais, falar de responsabilidade ética e que a soberania digital não se esgota, nem pode esgotar-se, na infraestrutura ou na proteção de dados, devendo implicar, ao invés, a definição de limites éticos claros sobre o que pode ou não ser feito, com especial atenção aos mais vulneráveis, especialmente às crianças e adolescentes. Como é sabido, os algoritmos que organizam o espaço digital não são neutros. Eles priorizam conteúdos, moldam comportamentos, influenciam emoções e amplificam fragilidades. A ética digital exige, por isso, que se enfrente uma questão central: quem define as regras do ambiente onde se formam as consciências? Este debate não deve ser conduzido em termos simplistas ou ideológicos. Não se trata de opor liberdade à proteção, inovação à regulação, família a Estado. A ética exige-nos que recusemos falsas dicotomias. Precisamos de literacia digital das crianças, das famílias, dos educadores, das comunidades. Precisamos de promover relações humanas reais, proximidade, espírito crítico e autonomia informada. Mas precisamos, igualmente, de regulação proporcional, baseada em evidência científica, que reconheça as vulnerabilidades específicas da infância e da adolescência. A soberania digital europeia só será consistente se assentar em 3 pilares éticos fundamentais: proteção dos vulneráveis, responsabilização das plataformas, conciliação de ambos no estrito respeito pelo princípio da proporcionalidade. Regular não é destruir. Regular é criar condições para que a inovação sirva o seu propósito maior, a dignidade humana. Não se trata de travar o desenvolvimento tecnológico, mas de o enquadrar num horizonte ético que coloca a pessoa no centro da política. A União Europeia tem assumido um papel pioneiro na regulação digital. Mas a soberania não é apenas normativa, é também cultural e educativa. Não basta estabelecer regras. É necessário construir uma consciência coletiva capaz de as compreender e de as sustentar. Se é verdade que o mundo digital oferece oportunidades extraordinárias de conhecimento, criatividade e participação, também é verdade que os tempos de ecrã, a arquitetura das plataformas e os modelos de negócio baseados na captação da atenção não são neutros do ponto de vista ético. Ignorar isto seria abdicar da nossa responsabilidade coletiva. A questão que hoje se coloca não é se devemos agir, mas como agir, com equilíbrio, com evidência e com visão de longo prazo. Uma Europa soberana no plano digital será aquela que conseguir afirmar que o progresso tecnológico não se opõe à saúde, ao desenvolvimento integral e à dignidade das pessoas, especialmente das mais jovens. É esse o desafio ético que nos une e é essa a responsabilidade que não podemos mais adiar. O papel da primeira Comissão é, como sempre, tentar assegurar este equilíbrio de uma permanente concordância prática de direitos fundamentais previstos na Constituição da República Portuguesa, como nos ensinou o nosso professor José Carlos Vieira de Andrade. A Comissão fará o seu trabalho. O legislador fará, dentro do quadro político existente, o seu papel. Nós todos, enquanto comunidade, é que podemos ser tudo aquilo que precisamos de ser para sermos melhor do que fomos ontem. É esse o nosso desígnio e missão, contribuir para um país melhor todos os dias. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Está terminada a sessão. Muito obrigada a todos os que estiveram presentes. Todos os materiais serão colocados online na próxima semana. Muito obrigada a todos.